this like weird like glare. It makes me look so weird. Um, Anyways, I'm gonna wait till I get like a viewer. Oh my gosh. So I wasn't wait, oh yeah, let me explain next. Let me explain. So yeah, I wasn't live for the past 2 days. For one of two, well, two of two reasons. I'm just kidding. How do I explain it? One of two reasons. Well, no, yeah, because like when I say like one of two reasons, it always makes me think like something else. Anyways, today's stream is going to be mature content and stuff. So it's gonna be like mature, rated or whatever, and you know, hopefully. Hold on. Let me start recording to the computer directly, just in case something stupid happens. So this is what's gonna happen, right? Uh, so I'm gonna have a forensics react today, serial killers and more and stuff. But let me explain before we get started. Let me explain why I wasn't live 2 days ago. So the first reason was because of homework, and the second reason was because my arm was fucking up yesterday. I was gonna be live, swear to God, at like 9. Actually, I may need to bring the ice pack. Fuck, cause like yeah, I was live yesterday. Oh no, I'm not live. I was gonna be live yesterday at 9, but then my arm just started fucking up, and so I was like, oh fuck, like what's that feeling? And I'm like, wait, is my hand falling asleep? And all of a sudden I just feel like a jolt just go zoop down my arm and then down to my pinky, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's not normal. So I wasn't live because of that, and so I got the ice pack and put it on my elbow because I'm pretty sure that's where the nerve is fucking up that I have. And so I wasn't live yesterday. Yesterday I was going to play Omega Ruby, I think. Although I don't really have much of the things set up, so I don't know. So today I may be live, and then tomorrow I may not be live because I may be setting up Omega Ruby. And also tomorrow I do have a pretty hefty essay to turn in. But yeah, that's mainly it about what happened 2 days ago and stuff, right? And so let's see. Today's the scary stream that I have. There's not gonna be ghosts or anything like that, because like usually I like fucking just react in the last 20 minutes of my fucking stream, or even like make the whole stream about ghosts and stuff. At least when it comes to the scary streams, obviously. Because like, otherwise, I'm just a guy that just plays fucking games like Metroid. And honestly, we're pretty close to seeing Metroid Dread come out. That's in 7 days, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know, 5 days. Yeah, 5 days till that game comes out and I start playing it. So yeah, so I guess now that there's a viewer, at least this is one viewer. Let's begin. Fuck. So I said I was gonna do a lot of these presentations. I forget what next week is. I think next week is Scary Holidays or something. But like, I doubt I'm gonna find any. So if I thought it may just be like a general scary stream, and then I'll do a more extreme one in I don't know, like the ends of October around there, right? So yeah, let's begin. So obviously I'm gonna be looking at this fucking presentation because I did it today. So let's begin. Uh, so today's presentation is on forensics, serial killers, and more. And before somebody asks me, no, this is not for school. This was all made by me today, just for fun. So you all know already. Anyways, why is any of this important to today's stream? Well, today's stream will involve an overview in forensics, maybe around 1 to 2 videos. We will be watching some serial killers and their crimes. Serial killers, I don't know. I changed that last minute, so it may be a little like I don't know. Cause hold up. Let me see where. Oh fuck! If I exit, it's gonna be spoiled. But like I said, I don't know if we're really gonna be watching what you call it, serial killers. But if at all, this presentation is gonna explain everything. Fuck! Stop doing that. What's happening? So yeah, I am not here to obviously glorify them, and I am here to say that these people have been failed by our systems and societies, and we need to understand them a little more. Um, You know, because like for example, I put fulanito, right? Because like I'm Mexican and everybody that speaks Spanish says fulanito, you know, for your average man. So like, for example, fulanito killed because he was not in the right sense of mind, because he had a rough life, his parents being immigrants, and feeling like a piece of trash in the racist city he lived in. That can be an example as to what will lead somebody to kill. Of course, this is not a real example at all because it has no real like application. But so really we should be asking ourselves what causes sociopathy, psychopathy, how do we fix this, and what caused somebody to kill, right? And why the fuck is my presentation doing that? Hold up. It says those are the videos you're gonna watch. Okay, you know what? Let's just present this way. Yeah, that's way better. Because like fucking Google's just crapping out, I guess. Um anyways, thus and also socioeconomic factors matter, right? Um and then I explained that maybe I'll be watching events about like who done it and stuff. And I don't think we'll be able to get through that because my fear is like copyright, because I have the fear of copyright in my art. Like actually, so like I don't want to be copyright struck. I don't want to steal people's like actual big content, except for like JCS, because everybody watches JCS. And and I'm pretty sure he's fine with restreaming like a video at least one. That's it. That's all we're watching, right? So for example, we'll begin watching What is Forensics from SciShow, although this is a pretty outdated video from 2015, right? We'll watch something from JCS, a video from a year ago called The Curious Case of Dalia Dipolito. She's not a serial killer from what I know. Then I'll watch the Sekaya murders, but this is not real blood. This is just all drawn in, right? So it's a depiction of that. So that's why I have that. Hopefully I don't get banned off that. Then I'm pretty sure this may be linked to true crime, but I'm not sure. So that's why it's in the more category. We'll move on to the book titled 75,000 Disappearances, and then the most corrupt investigation in aviation history. Because technically this is a crime, or would be a crime if people enforce rules, right? So yeah, then we're on to forensics, right? This is the use of science and other available skills to find what occurred in the crime, or to see if a crime was even committed. Usually trained individuals like detectives or leading scientists are entrusted to piece together what was the crime and how it occurred. According to the United States Department of Justice, an entry, hold on, an entry titled, let me put that, because my OCD is acting. I don't actually have OCD. I just want to say that, but like that's fucked up. I need to say that. No, because it really just irritated me. In an entry titled "Forensic Science," the following is listed. The following purposes are listed. So the purpose of forensic science is to facilitate coordinating and collaboration on forensic science with the department across the federal government and with state, local, and tribal entities, increasing the capacity of forensic service providers so that evidence can be processed quickly and investigations can be concluded without delay, and improving the reliability of forensic analysis to enable examiners to report results with increased specificity and certainty. And all this can be found on paragraphs 5 through 7, right? Well, they're not paragraphs 5 through 7, they're just really the bullet points there. I just didn't know how to label that. Because I'm trying to, the purpose of this PowerPoint too is just to practice my APA stuff and citations also. So I'm like, it's a win-win. You know, stream gets some content, I get some practice on this in this format, right? Anyways, this isn't for school, obviously. This is just me finding a positive to doing this. So these are forensic group priorities, meaning they will jump hoops just to clear a to get a suspect or to clear one. Yeah, because like some people just like, or not some people, they declare warrants and stuff, and they go after suspects, and then they question them, and depending on the evidence they gather, they may continue being a suspect or not, right? At least that's how it works here in the U.S. Obviously I oversimplified that, and it's way more complex, because you can't just be like warrant. I'm pretty sure it has to go through a court and stuff, and then be like confirmed, or what is it called? Verified or something. I don't know. I don't. The word's like eluding my mind. Anyways, forensics teams are often in contact with law officials when there is a case ready and transfer evidence over to the U.S.'s court system to be used against the perpetrator or to clear the suspect, right? Anyways, so we're gonna move on to serial killers, right? Or talk about them. These are people that have killed various people and somehow managed to hide this fact from many who come in contact with them. Because most often than not, either they're really like silent people, or really they're just like their whole lives are just like a lie that they have told to other people. At least that's what I've gathered from what I've seen. So this is more of an opinion, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Then there is the point that we should not glorify them because these people are a symptom that we do not have enough proper care here in the United States to prevent crimes. For example, psychopaths are an example that we people that we should not glorify. And psychopathy, what derives pathological selfishness. It states an interesting fact that a small percentage of people who have psychopathy are 20 to 25 times more likely to be incarcerated than a non-psychopath, and half of all violent crimes in the US are committed by psychopaths. This is an entry in that article, or not an entry, point that they put down. Um, this tells us that there are far too many. Oops, far too many people with this condition that we are failing. The same article says people are immune to punishment. It says people psychopaths are immune to punishment and yet can be treated to help build certain connections that allow for empathy, or at least try to treat psychopathy, which is an important fact because a lot of the times we just hear, oh, somebody's a psychopath, oh, we can't fix them, right? And that's not really true, and is a sad fact here in the US at least, because we don't really treat psychopaths. Instead we just put them in a detention center, and our mental health services aren't the best, right? Or not even that, sometimes it's just like a ward or something. Oftentimes they see themselves, oftentimes psychopaths see themselves with grandeur, similar to people with narcissistic personality disorder, though NPD is a completely different thing, right? And basically what I'm trying to say here is basically in glorifying them, they're kind of like, yeah, that's right, I'm the guy. And that's like not the point we're like trying to make, right? Because that's not cool. Some people just straight up don't derive anything or any factor off that, right? So some people are just like, yeah, I killed somebody, and then they just move on, and it's scary. That's scary. Like straight up. I don't know. Also, I'll be back. Hold on. Let me close the closet. And yes, my chair has a pillow because my chair is super uncomfortable. Go. Oh shit. I have this chaos Skylander thing. Anyways, crimes and who is most likely to commit them. Like with a lot of subjects, there's a lot of variance, right? As to what occurs in them and stuff, or yeah, it's similar things to what I just said. Right? And people that commit crimes come from different backgrounds, and it depends a lot on socioeconomic factors. Such factors include race, ethnicity, class, living conditions, age, gender, sexuality, etc. That is not to say if you are of a certain race you will commit a crime, as to commit a crime is to be out of one's own volition. In other words, you have to be trying to you have to be the one committing a crime yourself, right? It's not really or races or ethnicities or certain classes' fault that they're acting out. It's more or less your singular fault, right? Instead, it just points to which groups are more likely to commit crime and should raise a flag to those in society that we should do something to help out these groups, instead of just staying here and just like talking about these points like I am right now, right? Because there's no way I can help out. At least I think there isn't any way. I mean, because like the chances are, it's probably gonna be like raise money for like awareness and research. Whoa, and then nobody's gonna read that. So this is why I'm just like talking about this, right? Certain people with mental illnesses can be more likely to commit crimes. According to psychiatric illnesses and criminality, they pose this in the sense that most people that were mentally ill committed crimes when drunk or drugged, which is more of a factor to consider. They're not likely to commit crimes on their own, and yeah, I think that's what I get to mention in the next point. They also happen to mention that to generally the generally known fact amongst people who study this topic that people with mental illness are more likely to be a victim of a violent crime than the perpetrator. So the point here is that mentally ill people, right? That's what I said. What did I say? Yeah, commit crimes when under the influence of some sort of drug or alcohol, and but like if there's nothing like that present, they're least likely to be one of those that commit the crime or a crime, if at all. Let's move on to the next point, and I suggest you search this article up and read their cited works. I'm pretty sure it'll lead down to like a great amount of insight and stuff like that. Anyways, mysteries and whodunits. I don't really explain what those are, but I'm just like really talking about like what I'm gonna watch, right? After getting most of what we're watching, after getting through, put that most of what we are watching around forensics done with, serial killers and crimes as well. We will move on to the final portion. This is a more out of line area, and I honestly have nothing planned. Yep. I will probably switch up mysteries and watch a whodunit for sure. I'm not sure about the whodunit anymore. Because there, I really don't know much about this area, so this is why I did research and cited it. Anyways, feel free to use this PowerPoint for maybe as like a place to gather sources. Anyways, the article I recommended people to watch or no, search up more stuff on is this one. This no, it's not an article, is it? I think it's like a no, yeah, it's like a journal thing, journal article. You can search this one up and you'll get a pretty good source and a recent one too. So yeah, I guess that's it. So let's get started, right? Hopefully SciShow doesn't have anything that's like you can't restream this information and stuff. So yeah. After we're done today, we're not gonna play the scary game I have planned. I'll leave that for next time because next time is more of a inline topic that I'll cover, I guess. Hopefully, maybe. So yeah, let's get started. Let's watch oops, fuck, I forgot I had this stuff and like ooh, that's loud. Let's lower that. If that's still loud, I'll
Let's talk about crime shows. In a non-stop media stream filled with reality shows, cooking competitions, and whatever's happening in
there we go. That's better.
Are probably as close as most of us are going to get to seeing science portrayed in prime time. And the techniques that crime fighters use to catch bad guys vary from show to show, but a lot of the time it involves forensics, which is basically the use of science in the field of law. In this case, criminal law. Different kinds of forensic investigators have different roles, like analyzing crime scenes.
See, I didn't really explain it like that.
Beyond that, focusing on analyzing DNA or bullets, for example. Generally, they all have an undergraduate degree in a scientific field, like chemistry or biology, or a more targeted degree in forensic science itself. Some have a graduate degree too, and medical examiners, or MEs, usually have a degree in medicine. But they all have one thing in common: using science to find, gather, and analyze evidence that can be used in court. However,
I'm pretty sure you can also be like an engineer or a graduate in engineering and probably join some sort of organization that'll help train you up to be a forensic scientist too. Although they do prefer, I think, more in general sciences or more specific degrees. This is just an assumption I'm making though. Like, engineering's always like beneficial in any field. Especially because it's such a interesting field that uses science too.
The tests they use on the show might actually exist, but but they wouldn't be nearly as fast or accurate in real life.
Yeah.
The technology they use is just ridiculous. We are here to clear that up and talk about what forensics can actually do, which turns out to be pretty interesting all by itself. And to do that, we're going to solve a hypothetical crime. So here's our case. Someone finds a dead guy in an alley in Chicago. The cops secure the scene and the forensic investigators show up around 11 p.m. to gather clues. When they go through the victim's pockets, they find a receipt for a bottle of soda from a nearby convenience store time-stamped at 5 p.m., 6 hours earlier.
Okay, well, watch this one.
According to the ID in his wallet, his name is Bob. The medical examiner,
I forgot that was like an actual one.
has been dead, which could be key to finding and catching his killer. So there are a few things they can check, and they all happen to end in the word mortis, which makes sense.
Yeah.
That just means
It's just
death.
muerte.
First, there's live or mortis.
That's the one in Spanish. Muerte is just like death. So like mortis sounds like muerte, even though muerte derives from mortis. Mortis, as American people say.
Blood pools. Now that Bob's heart isn't distributing his blood anymore, it just goes where gravity takes it, and that makes the skin look purplish from the outside. But if a body's been dead for more than 12 hours, the blood
Oh fuck! Hopefully they don't show shit. Okay, because this was like the one video I didn't check.
blood will have coagulated.
I'm like,
It
fuck.
stays in place, and if you shift the body, the blood won't pool in a new spot. Now, Bob's blood seems to still be very liquid.
Yeah.
He's been dead less than 12 hours, though of course the examiners already knew that since he was alive and well in the convenience store only 6 hours ago. Next, they check if rigor mortis, the stiffening of the muscles after death, has set in. And rigor mortis is proof that your muscles work in kind of the opposite way than you might expect. Since running and lifting weights and doing things that require your muscles is hard, you might think making your muscles contract requires a lot of energy.
And this
But
is interesting.
That's not true. Your body actually uses energy to make your muscles relax, not contract. So
Yeah.
if someone dies and their muscles stop getting chemical energy, their muscles can't uncontract, so their bodies stiffen. This effect starts about 2 hours after death and lasts until about 36 hours in, when the muscles decompose enough that they can't hold their position anymore. In Bob's case, rigor mortis does seem to have set in. He's frozen in place, so the body's probably more than 2 hours old. They'd like to get a more
That is
accurate number,
sad.
but the body is close to 6.
Well, okay, this is situational, but I know when my dog sadly passed away, well, it wasn't even a year ago. It was like, it's pretty recent. God, this sucks. But I'll bring up an example of that, right? Fuck. Wait. It was June, I think, like near the end of June. I saw him once rigor mortis took place, and I can tell you, I felt him. He was really stiff, and that's like a sad fact. And obviously, in like dogs, I feel, or like not dogs, but like in animals or smaller animals, it must set in faster or something, because either like you stiffen gradually, and then like, because like I don't know much about rigor mortis, but like my dog, for example, was like really freaking stiff once he passed away. It was really sad. And I wonder if it's like the same way that like either like people like who pass away just like turn really stiff, or maybe if it's like a gradual thing because we're like bigger, right? Because you know oftentimes when in bigger animals like us, things are just like a teensy bit different, right?
6 hours old, that means he was probably
God.
murdered right after he left the store. So they take the body's temperature, rectally, a detail they don't normally show in crime dramas.
Yeah.
It's 29 degrees Celsius. Now, normally, a body loses heat at a rate of about 1.5 degrees Celsius per hour, a process known as algor mortis. When Bob was alive, his body temperature would have been 37 degrees, so it's lost 8 degrees
Dang.
so far. You'd think Bob's been dead for very close to 6 hours. And in a TV show, the Emmy would probably say that. But there's a problem. This is a cold winter evening in Chicago, and it's about 5 degrees outside. The body's going to lose heat a lot faster to the colder air, but it's hard to tell exactly how fast. Given all the information they've gathered, our Emmys put the time of death between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. There's no way to tell if Bob was murdered right after he left the store or 2 hours later. So, detectives head to the store and ask him to review the security camera footage, hoping they'll be able to figure out if anyone was with Bob when he bought his drink. Turns out that when
Yeah.
he left the store, the camera picked up someone quickly emerging behind a nearby tree to follow him down the street. But it was so far away that the stalker's face is all pixelated and blurry. You can hardly even tell it's a face, let alone whose it is. Now, if this were a TV show, usually the detectives would zoom in on the face and enhance the image.
Yeah, but that doesn't work in real life.
Clear photo through a facial recognition database.
Only recently, because of AI, has it become a little easier.
But in real life, there's
But okay, so like this is like the point, current point right now. Now we have AI that upscales images and stuff. However, they're still pretty inaccurate. That's the word I'm looking for. So, it's kind of like the same thing, like when how it used to be with DNA, where like DNA evidence is super circumstantial. But I think that's gonna change, or has actually changed. Once we learn what happens in the next video, right?
No way they could enhance a picture like that. When a camera captures a digital image, it's recorded as data that forms a map of the colors in each point or
Yeah.
pixel in the picture. And those pixels cover bigger or smaller amounts of space depending on the resolution or how many pixels there are in that image. The color of each pixel is recorded as the average of all the colors within that space. But once the color is stored as the average, that's it. You can't enhance the resolution of a photo because there's no way to tell which amounts of which colors went into that average in each pixel. Like, let's say your camera has 8 megapixels, which is pretty typical for a smartphone. That means it takes a picture with 8 million pixels in it. That sounds like a lot, but let's just say you want to take a picture of something really small or really far away, like a person at the other end of a field.
Yeah, you just
can't a lot, but you still probably won't be able to make out much detail. Whatever's written on their t-shirt, for example, might just look like a few blocky dark green squares. And there's no way you can enhance those squares to see that the dark green pixels are just averaging together the bright green letters on a black background that spell out SciShow. Which, of course...
In fact, we can show this off. For example, my camera right now is pretty blurry, but can you all read this? Try zooming in. As they get closer, of course, the details become more better and better. But because of the chroma key and because of the camera, hold up, let me full screen. Yeah, you can't really see anything. Maybe like the number, but barely, right? Fuck. I'm like, oh. I'm like, isn't this straight? And I'm like, nope. But yeah, as you see, as we get closer and closer and closer, the detail becomes better and better and better and better. Eventually, when we get close enough, we start to see, oh, it says total fat and 11 grams. Right? That's basically the point they're trying to get across.
If you wanted to be able to make out what's on the shirt, you need a lot more pixels that would each depict a smaller area of that mysterious figure. But let's say real-life detectives look through some more of the footage and realize the person who was following our victim was actually back in the store about 3 hours later. They can tell because he's wearing the same clothes. The camera captures him as he puts something down on a shelf, then leaves. They get a close-up picture of his face and run it through the database. Facial recognition actually has a long history because it's one of those things that humans tend to be very good at, but it's hard to get computers to do well.
Exactly.
Humans are excellent at finding patterns, but the computers have to be taught what to look for. Human features, it turns out, are arranged in very specific ways, but the specifics are unique to each person. For example, everyone has a certain curvature to their eye sockets or distance between their nose and mouth. Those dimensions are different for everyone, but computers can be programmed to measure them and then use the data to identify faces. Together, these metrics make up a face print, and there are actually databases of face prints compiled from things like mugshots. A computer can take an image
Wait, I just thought about it. It's gonna, my computer's gonna say like I ran out of space or something.
TV shows, that database will usually be shown as a sophisticated system with all the data in place.
But that's not true.
Type some commands on a keyboard and the computer starts cross-referencing with every picture ever taken in the country. But that kind of law enforcement database doesn't really exist, at least not yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the FBI, I think in this, because I saw a bit about this video by Veritasium, only recently with DNA too, how they started making like a DNA database and actually utilize the DNA database, which is how they found the Golden State Killer, pretty recently too, which is very, very interesting because, back then you just can't do that with DNA, or you wouldn't be able to do that unless the parents of a suspected serial killer, like, you know, said, yeah, sure, let me go. Because, like, otherwise the parents are just gonna, like, either side with the child, or they're just gonna be like, what the fuck? I don't know them. I haven't talked with this guy. So, no, fuck off, you know? They're not gonna want to comply with law enforcement.
They say will be the world's biggest database of biometrics with tens of millions of records. But for now, if cities have searchable faceprint databases at all, they're usually local. Chicago, for example, has one called NeoFace that looks for matches in the police photo database. In our case, the investigators catch a lucky break. When they run the suspect's faceprint against the Chicago Police Department's database of mugshots, they find a match. His name is Charlie, and he owns a hardware store a few blocks away. When the
What the fuck?
That's
so random.
Putting something on, they find a wrench with a dark red stain. Thinking that might be their murder weapon, they take a swab of whatever's on the wrench, then do something called a Kastle-Meyer test to see if it's blood. On TV, you might just see them spraying some liquid onto the swab to see if it changes color, but in real life, they'll need to use two different substances. First, they add the chemical phenolphthalein to the swab, then a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide. If there's blood in the sample, the two compounds will react with each other, turning the phenolphthalein a vivid shade of pink. Blood contains hemoglobin, which acts as a catalyst, basically the substance that makes a reaction happen. With hemoglobin's help, the peroxide reacts with the hydrogen in phenolphthalein and becomes water.
Yeah, and this is why chemistry people, excuse me, not chemists. Actually, chemists sometimes, yeah. Help with law enforcement.
The swab from the wrench does turn pink, meaning the stain is probably blood, so the investigators take the wrench for further testing. Back at the lab, they run a DNA analysis on the blood from the wrench and compare it with Bob's. If it's a match, they've probably found the murderer.
Yeah, if it's not,
now this test actually works pretty much as it does on TV. DNA is the molecule that makes you who you are. Long strings of different compounds.
So they also had to find the DNA in the crime scenes. That's how they usually find it. But like, say like they don't have like a good grasp on DNA, or they don't have that much, or they don't know where else to obtain it. They can't just like, you know, be like, oh yeah, parents, you know.
Everybody has their own unique set, except for identical twins. So if you have a DNA sample, that's a really good way to identify someone. But forensic teams don't just sequence everyone's DNA. Instead, they usually use a technique known as STR analysis to match DNA.
Yeah.
It's based on the idea that everyone's DNA has certain sections with repeating patterns of base pairs, but the number of times the pattern repeats itself varies from person to person. The STR looks at 13 of those repeating sections, and the odds of two people having the exact same base pairs in all 13 are about 1 in a billion. Meaning, there are probably only about 6 other people in the entire world who have the same STR profile as you, and forensic experts figure that's accurate enough. Plus, it takes less than an hour and a half to run. So, in our case, investigators find that the blood on the wrench did come from Bob, which certainly makes Charlie a suspect, but there are still open questions. Was Bob's encounter with the wrench what killed him? Was someone else involved besides Charlie? Unfortunately, I can't answer those questions for you because we're out of time and Game of Thrones is on. But thanks for watching.
What? Oh, what a stupid old ass reference. I've never watched Game of Thrones, but
don't forget to go to youtube.com.
but that's so dated. That show ended a while ago, didn't it? All solids. Anyways, let's go on to catching criminals with their relatives' DNA.
In a database.
Wait, what?
Your DNA is
There we
probably
go.
already in
Also,
a database.
before we leave, obviously like and subscribe, right?
You didn't have to provide a sample. or
And
give
same thing
consent,
here.
But the unique sequence of A's, T's, G's, and C's that make you
Are
are searchable nonetheless.
Yep.
If you committed a heinous crime and left a bit of your DNA, law enforcement could search it in a database and identify you. This video includes a discussion of serious crimes, which may be disturbing for some viewers, so I wanted to let you know that up front. But I think it's necessary to talk about these crimes in some detail for reasons that will become apparent. In the small town of Visalia, California in the mid-1970s, one of the
Is that
state's
loud
most
for y'all?
prolific criminals got his start. He
Is that-
repeatedly
I don't know,
broke
it's
into
super
houses
loud for
and
me.
stole small items like cash, coins, and jewelry. He was dubbed the Visalia Ransacker, but soon his crimes escalated.
6 months later, in 1976, he moves up to Sacramento, and over the course of the next 3 years is moving all across Northern California, committing numerous sexual assaults, over 50 sexual
Oh
assaults.
god.
Here, he was called the East Area Rapist.
The police are saying lock up tight.
Sucks.
Sacramento's
Hold up.
infamous East Area rapist may still be in town.
And then in 1979, he moves down to Southern California, starting in Santa Barbara, and starts killing. And he was known as the
Yikes.
original Night Stalker in Southern California.
Variously known as the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker, these were brutal, meticulously planned crimes that spanned numerous California counties between 1976 and 1986.
Right,
Police
this is
believe
about the
that
Golden State
all of
Killer,
these
right?
crimes were committed by the same person, now
Yeah.
known as the Golden State
Okay, there we
Killer.
go.
How was it known that these were committed by the same person?
Investigators.
Actually, I may have gotten a bit of the information wrong.
MO modus operandi.
Feel
is
free to
basically
like,
how
if anybody's watching here and actually knows more than me, feel free to like maybe like
was wearing some
correct me.
type of a mask.
'Cause I'm not
to it.
super well pronounced at this
Was wearing
area.
Shorts and a t-shirt.
The Golden State Killer had a very distinctive MO.
What he would do is he would break into a house with a gun, a house with a man and a woman. He would tie them up, tell the man, I'm going to put plates on your back. If I hear those plates move, I'm going to kill your wife and then kill you. Take the wife into another room and sexually assault her. Then he would go through the house for however much time, eating, stealing stuff, stealing little things or whatever, and then he would leave.
How was he not caught based on fingerprint evidence?
Well, he didn't leave his fingerprints. He always wore a mask. He always had gloves on. This was an offender that did everything to prevent himself from being caught.
The Golden State Killer has been linked to at least 12 murders, 50 rapes,
Jesus
and a string of
Christ.
burglaries throughout California.
Derek, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good, good. So we supply DNA sequencing solutions to the forensic laboratories that process crime scene DNA. At a crime scene, there's typically less than a nanogram of DNA left, and it's usually degraded. Right? So
Yeah.
it breaks down.
Why
DNA,
is there so little at a crime scene? A nanogram?
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
There's no accident that he's
Yeah, nanogram is like 10 to the power of negative 9.
is when the first DNA case
That's so
of a
small.
murder case is actually solved with DNA. And I think he's following that, and he's saying, you know what I'm doing here, I'm leaving my DNA. I can't do this anymore.
Investigator Paul Holes tracked the Golden State Killer for decades.
He couldn't account for DNA technology, and that really was his big mistake. That was the critical mistake. He left his DNA all over California.
Yeah.
Turns out that 3 of the cases, I had 3 sexual assault kits, and that's where I got the Golden State Killer's DNA from Northern California.
But having the unknown killer's DNA wasn't enough.
That looks
They needed
freaky.
to match it to a known sample.
Really, it's not freaky at
In
all.
1990, the FBI started work on what would become a national genetic database.
Yeah.
It mainly stores DNA profiles from convicted criminals and persons of interest. It's called the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS for short. In each of your cells, there are 23 pairs of chromosomes, one from your mom and one from your dad. And at particular places on some chromosomes, there are short sections of DNA that repeat.
And this is why biology was important.
AATG, AATG, AATG.
That was
so on.
actually a neat transition
These are
too.
called short tandem repeats.
Yeah,
or
it's GCAT.
STRs,
That's
and
how they usually put
different
together,
numbers
or
of
they're put
repeats.
together.
Forensic labs produce STR profiles by counting up the number of repeats at each location. Initially, there were only 13 places on the DNA where STRs were counted, but in 2017, that was expanded to 20. It feels to me like that's not that much information.
It isn't.
But the chances of 2 people having the exact same number of repeats at all locations is incredibly small.
Yeah.
The CODIS database now contains over 18 million STR profiles.
Golden State Killer's DNA profile has been up
So my earphones
at
just
a national DNA database that's run by the FBI called CODIS since 2001
Hold up, let me fix that.
and has been searching
Oh
ever
shit.
since with no hits.
Turning off. What
We
the
did
fuck?
Interpol
You
searches,
plugged in.
trying to search
This
other
thing's plugged in and it
countries'
died.
databases, and
Okay.
maybe came from out of the country. That's why, after all this
Oh,
time,
what's
we
yeah,
have
it's
yet to be able to identify him, and obviously we didn't get any hits.
But genetic sequencing technology was advancing rapidly.
The Human Genome Project was completed. Since 1986, scientists had been mapping and sequencing the 3 billion nucleotides contained in the human genome. It's anticipated that
Soon, private companies began offering genetic tests directly to
Ancestry.
consumers, and they provide far more genetic data than what's in the CODIS database. I traveled to Houston, Texas to visit...
That's what I'm not gonna get. The mark of the beast. I'm just kidding. That's so stupid. People used to think that, I swear.
What are they?
So they're cheek cells. And they just
Then it moved on to the
inside of their
vaccine.
cheek, they put a cap on and they send it back to us.
It's like
Yeah.
a robot ballet.
Yes. So for DNA extraction,
And they
you
use
need to
chips. I'm just
remove
kidding.
all
No,
of the
they don't.
protections that are on the DNA.
They use a lot of
and
technology,
just
though.
Separate it by itself so we can do testing on that.
Instead of looking at 20 places on your DNA,
Dude,
these tests
hold up.
examine 700 to 800,000.
That lab is crazy fucking looking. Look at how many
So-
gizmos they have. That thing drops in water drops. I'd assume that's to like analyzing stuff.
Instead of looking at 20 places on your DNA, these tests examine 700
Yeah.
to 800,000.
The family finder test
Huge
is
as
based on what's
fuck.
called a microarray. And this is what a microarray looks like. Each one of those boxes is an individual. We can
Also, those hold up. Silicone wafer.
What are they?
Tell me? That does not look like a silicone wafer. Holy fuck. These are what these chips have in the inside of them, right? They have a little wafer that has excuse me, there we go. They have a little wafer in the inside, or if not like a slab or something like that, or something similar that has all the transistors and all the circuitry that allows them to work and act out their properties that they're given, right? That just looks like a wafer, but it's actually just like a slab of plastic, and I think another slab of plastic on the bottom. It's used to, like, I don't know, sequence, or it's used to you put in a computer to
24
sequence,
individuals
I
on here.
think.
And within
But I remember
that
watching from this video.
is about 710,000 positions of your DNA
Yeah.
that were measured.
Also, my nose is like clogged. It's not even clogging. It's like closing.
710,000.
Yes, and they're called SNPs.
So hang on, that's like 710,000 individual bases, like
Yeah.
ATGC,
Yes,
for each person.
Giga.
measured 24 on that single chip.
correct.
The human genome consists
Wow.
of 3 billion bases. All people share about 99.9% the exact same DNA, which means, on average, only about 3 million bases differ from person to person. These individual letter changes are known as single nucleotide.
Think about it. There's 7 billion people. No, I think it. Hold up. How many people are there? I think it's nearing 8 billion now, right? World population. Before he gets banned, right? Hold up. Yeah, we're nearing 8 billion people. Fuck. So out of 7 point, what was that? 85 billion? 75 billion or something like that? The number just evaded my head right now. And it's like not in my head at all. Like, out of those people, 3 million little segments on DNA, which can stretch around, hold up.
Single chip.
Correct.
The human genome consists of 3 billion bases. All people share about 99.9% the exact same DNA, which means, on average, only about 3 million bases differ from person to person. These
Yeah, it says in the human 3 meters. Yeah, 3 meters, and there's 3 million on average bases that are different, right? So how are we gonna calculate this? 3 over 3. One. Let's just invert that. So that means there are, is that 1 million? Yeah, there's like 1 million. Fuck, I didn't really have to like do this. Go. There's an average 1 million different bases per meter of DNA, which is fucking crazy. 3 meters is like 3 meters 6. Meter 6 are pretty big. They're like way bigger than I can count. Maybe like this big. You all can see that in camera. But yeah, that's a long stretch, especially for being such a little small molecule too. And think about it. There's 7.75 billion people, excuse me, and only 3 million nucleoid bases. Is it nucleoid? Whatever bases, whatever DNA bases. There we go. That's such a small amount, and surprisingly small amount of variance. And it really just shows how much more we're all related, right? As the human species.
or SNPs. So on there, are there a whole bunch of like little pieces of DNA then?
Yes. So what we have is a short piece of DNA that is specific to one SNP. So it's one position in the genome where we know there can be a difference.
Okay. Is there any example of a simple SNP that, confers some sort of...
Actually, blue eyes is a single base change.
Really?
Yeah.
So everyone with blue eyes has this
Is a
one letter.
If I were to use CRISPR, I'd just change that one little base in my DNA, and I'd go from having brown eyes to having, that's right, hazel eyes. I'm just kidding. Or I could just make myself go blind by porn. Okay, this is a random fact, but I remember there was a time, like, I think my school, if not in my school, it was definitely just like a random video that popped up in my YouTube history. And, basically, there were these people putting honey in their eyes, and they were going blind, and they're like, guys, my eyes changed color. And everybody in the comments like, yeah, you're going blind. And that's another way you can change your eye color, I guess, without like really ruining your DNA.
Letter change.
Or changing your
See
DNA,
now,
excuse me.
It's starting to scan the first box.
Ooh.
The results of your 710,000 SNPs can tell you about your geographic ancestry or possible medical conditions, but they can also quantify how related you are to someone else. The genetics of having a kid are a bit like cutting two decks of cards together. The resulting deck will share about half its
my
cards
nose
with each
clogged.
parent, and there will be long sequences of cards which match
I'm gonna get a salad, hold up.
sequences in...
Oh, wait. I'll leave this blank. Wait. Because I've already watched this, yeah. I've already watched this part, so I already know he's gonna do the cards, and then he's gonna mix them up with the brown set on the bottom. So I'll be back right now. I'll just keep that.
Now, if this deck has a kid, well then, its offspring will share only about a quarter of its cards with each grandparent, and the sections of identical cards will be shorter. And this is how it works with DNA. The more closely you're related to someone, the more DNA you share, and the longer the blocks of identical DNA are. But to compare the DNA of two people, you don't need to read every letter. The SNPs are sprinkled throughout the DNA roughly every 2,000 bases. So if you find long sections where the SNPs match up, you can bet that the DNA in between is identical too. By comparing hundreds of thousands of SNPs sprinkled throughout the DNA, you can see where these identical blocks start and stop, and so how much total DNA is shared.
Everywhere that is highlighted in blue is where I share DNA.
With your father.
With my father, which is exactly what you expect, because I should share DNA with him everywhere, because he gave me 50% of my DNA. So this is a second to third cousin. I have no idea who this person is. And you can see here, we are definitely not as closely related as me and my dad, because where the blue is, those are the only regions of the chromosome where we share DNA.
We all know that these genetic tests can help identify our relatives. But the question is, can you do the same thing with
Wait, what'd I
law
miss?
enforcement databases? Can you
My mom was like,
members
oh
using
yeah, let me
those
fucking
databases?
take pictures of you.
You can, and it's
Yeah, I
only
think I'm
limited
not
to
supposed to be
really
there.
first order and
Blah,
second
blah,
order.
blah, blah, blah. That's it.
That
You look good,
means
right?
I'm looking for the
My mom
Golden
only speaks
State
Spanish,
Killer.
doesn't speak
I'm
English
looking
at all.
for either his father
I explain this one every
or
time,
his son.
because I feel like in speaking English or translating her words already, it's misconstruing
Why is it so
the
limited?
family dynamics that are in my house, right?
If you want to do proper
Anyways.
kinship analysis, you need to have more points.
Oh yeah, I've definitely watched this part, so I didn't miss
assessed on
much.
that genome
Also, why
to
is
see
the
how
internet
related
falling
they
down?
really are.
We know
It's like
the
bits and
answer is
stuff.
behind a locked door, and the answer is behind the locked door of 23andMe and Ancestry.com. We know that they have millions of profiles. Somebody related to him, a second cousin, I would guess, would be in there.
Sure.
And that was very hard to deal with. You know, that the answer is there behind this locked door.
Law enforcement is not allowed to search the databases of 23andMe and Ancestry.com.
Yeah, so this is
Luckily
one
for
fact that I heard,
investigators,
and I was like,
it
oh,
is
maybe it
on the
applies.
way. An independent website called GEDmatch had been set up to allow people to connect with relatives. You can upload the raw data from any of the big genetic testing companies and search for matches.
So when we initially search the GEDmatch database, our best hits come back at third cousins. Which
Anyways, I'm
means
eating
they
salad.
shared at our top hit, I think, shared about 1% of the DNA. It's very little DNA that's shared. But that's a starting data point. And theoretically, by taking multiple of these individuals that share DNA and building their family trees using traditional genealogy and public source documents like census records and obituaries and newspaper articles and findagrave.com, you build this family tree back until you get two of these relatives of the Golden State Killer. You get them to intersect, where now you see, they shared great-great-grandparents together. Theoretically, Golden State Killer is a descendant from those same great-great-grandparents. So once I identified that common ancestor, it's now identifying every single descendant from those great-great-grandparents. And this becomes a huge process. People in the 1840s would typically have 15 kids. You have to identify each of those kids, and then all of their children, and then all of their children. So now we have this exponentially growing family tree.
How wide did that tree get?
I think we had over 1,000 individuals in that family tree, but we knew a lot about our offender. We were confident he was born between 1940 and 1960. We knew he was a white male. We knew he was 5'8" to 5'10". He's in California. He's up in Sacramento in 1976. He's in Southern California in the 80s. We basically narrowed it down to about 5 males, and then it's just investigations.
With a suspect at their fingertips this spring, they followed
This is like amazing.
Sacramento area
Because like
store,
and why people need to be trained also like to get into this field, because it's not easy, right? Knowing all these facts and utilizing all these tools.
which registered a match to
Why college education is important, in my opinion.
Investigators in California say
Well, Mark, you're big free too.
DNA evidence led them to one of the country's most notorious serial killers. Former police officer Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested yesterday, and he is believed to be the so-called Golden State Killer.
For 44 years, countless investigators have worked it and have failed to solve it. Within 4.5 months, a team of 6 were able to figure out who the Golden State Killer was, and that was Joseph D'Angelo.
After the Golden State Killer was identified, the floodgates opened. And we were seeing every week not only single killers, but multiple killers, serial killers.
God.
Every week were being identified from cases in the 70s and 80s.
Because there's been over 70 cases now that they've solved this way, and they continue to solve them at a fairly regular rate. And I think
Presumably that rate's just going to increase.
yeah,
And there's going to be more because it's working, and we are going to, help find these people.
but the scary thing is in the US, you have 100,000 cold case murders with DNA. You have more cold cases, but the ones with DNA is estimated about 100,000. There's roughly about 650,000 sexual assaults, cold
With
cases
DNA.
with DNA.
This seems like a real paradigm shift.
It is. Multiple law enforcement agencies have said that this is the most revolutionary tool they've had since the adoption of the fingerprint.
With traditional DNA, it requires
Honestly, it's such a vital tool.
getting a sample from the actual individual. It's a one-to-one type of process. And so these
It's like going from these big bulky computers to somebody inventing the transistor, and from there modifying everything and just shrinking everything down to computers that could process even more and pack more
they won't find me.
how do I say?
But now we don't have to rely
Yeah,
on
it's just pack more information and things inside.
put their DNA into
Well, eventually that's a modern computer.
and they have to start getting nervous because that's outside of their control. They can't account for a third cousin, what that third cousin is doing. And so they start getting nervous. And I've kind of wondered how many of these individuals recognize that law enforcement is eventually going to be knocking on their door as a result of a third cousin putting their DNA in the database.
Each person who uploads their information to a database illuminates the identities of hundreds of other people around them. Parents, siblings, aunts and uncles, and cousins. A study by Ancestry DNA found the average person in the UK has 175 third cousins. And it doesn't stop there. The DNA in one person will be shared by hundreds of people yet to be
What?
born.
Are you telling me that that the things to describe what proteins I make is found in everybody else and not just me? I'm just kidding.
Identifiable DNA with nearly 1,000 people, past and future. So it doesn't take many people uploading their data to reveal the identities of everyone living in a country. Back in 2018, a study found that using an existing database of just 1.3 million people, they could identify 60% of all Americans of European descent. And they estimated with a database containing just 2% of the population, you could find a third cousin or closer match in 99% of cases.
DNA storage is one of the things that we have that is really unlike anything else. If you look inside, this is at minus 20 degrees Celsius.
That keeps the DNA good for a long time?
We have DNA samples in here that are probably about 15 years old.
How many samples are stored in there?
Just over 2 million.
Whoa!
Yeah. So the capacity is just over 2 million.
2 million people's DNA stored in this one small room.
Correct.
Wow. By 2021, over 30 million people worldwide have taken a direct-to-consumer genetic test, the majority of which are through Ancestry and 23andMe, which do not currently work with.
Yeah, this salad's done with it's like
DNA.
brownie. Actually,
If you ask Americans, should we have a national database where everyone's logged in it?
so salad I was eating, it's already like not even like 5 minutes because I've had it since yesterday, but like not even 5 minutes from unsealing it, it's already browning. It was literally pristine looking when I just brought it from the refrigerator and over here, and now it's like rotting, I guess.
As their DNA.
Yeah, by their DNA and their name. Most Americans will be somewhat uncomfortable or potentially very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But we're kind of sleepwalking into that scenario.
There are some people who are concerned with privacy. If anyone chooses or decides that they do not want their results to be used for law enforcement matching, they can remove themselves from that.
I do worry about genetic information being used to discriminate against someone.
Yeah, that's like an actual issue.
I worry about if you have somebody's DNA profile.
No, I think he's about to explain my point.
Laws enacted, gets into the wrong hands, and they say that this person has a proclivity, they're headed towards Parkinson's, they're headed towards this, headed towards that, and then rates skyrocket. That's the biggest place that I see as a privacy concern.
Once your genetic
Oh wait, no, never mind. I don't know what his point was. Wait, my point is like my biggest fear is say there's like a political candidate or somebody really mega important, right? And all of a sudden they get into like this weird like situation where they're not in this situation at all, yet their DNA was found in the scene, and somehow it just winds up being that, oh yeah, us the law enforcement think you were the suspect, and we know you were the suspect because we found your DNA, and they use that kind of like against you because it's as you know time goes on, this type of evidence would become more concrete, right? But like it actually ends up that it was just like a weird freak like coincidence that they found your DNA there because you've been there previously or something like that. That's my only like concern. But this concern mainly just comes from like 5 minutes of thinking. So like it's not like a real concern I have. Cause like obviously, oh, you found my DNA? Well, guess what? I was with my aunt Amalia or something, right? So she'll clear me up, she'll contest, she'll be my witness. I have a fucking alibi there, right? And then they go on to the next piece of DNA that they found, and on and on and on. Like that's really my only like I guess like not even a concern. It's just like the only counter example I can find, or what am I trying to say? Basically, the only like semi concern, I guess. I don't know how to like rate that.
out there, it's out
or
there. It's not like
label that. There we go.
Yeah, you're giving away something that you don't know what it can do.
Well, yeah, our information isn't ours in the first place. Like,
Right.
our information is shared.
Yes, with your relatives.
Yes.
And although you may be adverse to this sort of thing, if they've already done it, in a way, you're out there.
In society today, you very clearly have two camps. There are those that are very comfortable having their genome available to be able to be searched for law enforcement purposes, and there are others that are not comfortable.
Oh fuck! Oh, all this makes me think about like DNA databases now, and how maybe in the future there's gonna be designer babies, and then there's gonna be like people searching up like these DNA databases, right? And like looking like at the profile pictures of the people that have the or that carry the DNA, and they're just gonna be like, "Ooh, I want my baby to look like that. I want it to look like I don't know who's the fuck. I don't even know any celebrity that looks good. From the top of my head. Fuck. Whatever. Let's say somebody wants their fucking kid to look like Jeff Bezos, right? And Jeff Bezos submitted his DNA, and we know already his whole genome, right? They're just like, oh yeah, I want my baby to be a Jeff Bezos. So copy and paste, designer baby, boom. They have a designer baby with Jeff Bezos DNA, inside them, right? That's like another concern I have. But like, really, I doubt that's gonna be like an actual thing in the future because A, ethics, and B, like, I don't think many people are like for designer babies anyways, because I am kind of against that, because like, unless like you have like an actual reason, like, you know, oh, I'm like infertile, unfortunately I can't give birth and stuff like that, right? And maybe then like, you know, and it's all convoluted, right? It just it leads to like a lot of stupid stuff, like what is the word I'm looking for? You know when like people just like are like, oh yeah, I want my children to be all white and like blue eyed, and yeah, and like that leads to like those types of ideas is just kind of like racist and fucked up, you know?
At all, and that's okay.
The problem is, of course, those people who don't want theirs to be searchable could have their DNA uploaded inadvertently by their relatives.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So, like, if I don't want my DNA to be searchable by law enforcement, but my sister uploads hers,
yes,
it's almost as good as me doing it myself.
Right now, Family Tree DNA's policy is we will only accept samples from law enforcement under certain circumstances. It has to be a sexual assault, identification of remains, DNA recovered from the scene of a homicide. And we also do child abductions. So if there's a child that's kidnapped and there's DNA evidence, we will process the DNA so they can try to find out
That's
who the abductor
pretty
is.
good, I guess.
Those are the only cases that we will accept.
Got it.
Unfortunately, now GEDmatch has flipped off the switch. And GEDmatch has actually said that you're not allowed to have your information searched without opting in.
Right.
Was that decision by GEDmatch a direct result of this Golden State Killer case?
No, it wasn't.
No.
You want to tell the story?
You know, it had to do with a Utah case.
Where an elderly woman was playing the organ in a church.
And there was an individual who broke in and assaulted her.
But it wasn't a sexual assault, but it's a serious crime.
I think tried to strangle her and left her for dead. I believe he thought that, you know, she was obviously dead and left. The police, I believe, approached GEDmatch because that they were concerned that he was going to recommit other crimes.
But GEDmatch's terms of service said they would only help law enforcement in cases of rape or homicide.
Her problem was that she didn't die.
Because if she died, then...
If she died, it would have fit the conditions, and they would have uploaded the sample because it met the terms of service and everything.
So what happened? They didn't? They didn't take that case?
They did.
What?
They subsequently caught the individual from that search that they performed on GEDmatch.
But people within the genealogy world kind of got their passions inflamed, saying that is stepping outside of what this tool should be used for, and they ended up putting a lot of pressure
yeah,
on
that
GEDmatch.
makes sense.
They flipped the switch because they got freaked out.
But at the end of the day, it was a violation of terms of service, and I think ultimately led to a good thing. Everybody got zeroed out, and then everybody gets to sign back in.
Subsequently, GEDmatch was sold to Verigen.
I can tell you, a new user today, when they sign up for GEDmatch, about 73% of them are signing up to allow law enforcement to search. We're pretty happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a high number.
It's a high number.
and it suggests that people
You know,
want that.
I feel with things like this, obviously it'd be important for these companies to obviously display you were signing up to do this, blah blah blah, read the terms of service, and they should put that at the top, right? Because like the last thing we need is like to be one of those fucking companies that puts everything in the fucking 75th page, or maybe like the 30th page out of like a billion pages, right? And like you just like, oh, you search the first page, last page, and you're like, okay, fucking signing away my rights, right? Because like there's some scummy companies that do that. None come to mind. I think EA did something like that, but I don't remember. But yeah. Fuck, that's like the last thing you need, right? And so I find it important that companies, I think, should put everything important towards the top or first few pages, right? And then like everything on the last few pages is just like, you know, jargon and stuff.
How many second cousins or third cousins do you know? You know what I mean? You don't know that many of them. Without even knowing them, you're helping justice.
Also, I had a spoon for chocolate milk that I drank earlier.
A little bit of peace, not closure, but a little bit of peace.
To get an
Why
answer.
not?
At my Nutella.
If you want to be an activist helping catch criminals, one of the best things you can do is like encourage everyone you know to be tested.
Shut the fuck up.
Correct.
No!
And, you know, there are millions of people who have tested at other companies that are not working with law enforcement. And if they want to help, all they have to do is download their raw data, and they can upload it for free into our database.
I absolutely believe in a person's right to privacy, but I also absolutely believe we have a right not to get murdered or sexually assaulted or be part, you know, having violent.
Está abierto.
There has to be an equal.
No está bien, no. Hold on, I'll go back right now.
Has been taken because of a third cousin has been identified versus a mother who's talking about her daughter being murdered. Is way the hell like this.
We're at a point now where, in many ways, technology has kind of outstripped where the laws are. I truly believe that ultimately this tool and the the nation's Supreme Court, and there will be a decision. My bottom line message, if you're going to make a decision, if there's going to be laws restricting law enforcement to use it, make sure that you're making an informed decision and not assuming what it is based on DNA and genetics and law enforcement, because it really isn't what you think it is.
I got to keep a couple million people happy so that I have access to the identities, kind of, in a sense.
In a sense, right?
Of millions, hundreds of millions of people.
Right.
I don't know why my mom's staying here. Literally, I am gonna be live for the next 5 hours. Voy a estar en vivo por 4 horas más.
But they don't get a say in the decision of whether they're going to.
I swear, my mom's so freaking weird.
True. That's the choice you make. So that to me,
that's the choice you don't make.
It's a choice you don't make, but it's also it's the choice we have to make as a society. Is what's that balance? There is always going to be winners and losers in my mind, right? And I don't use losers in the negative sense there, but in a decision, at the end of the day, you have to balance, in my mind, the public safety with the public privacy.
Is DuckDuckGo, is that good?
I use it. I'm a little paranoid. So it's supposed to not track you as much, I guess.
That's so ironic. Oh my god. You know what's crazy? I'm one of those people that are like, oh my gosh, you should not get tracked by Google and stuff. And I only use fucking Google Chrome. Fuck, I had Firefox installed before. But anyways, that's kind of funny that she also tracks a lot of DNA and stuff. And like, yeah, she's like, I use DuckDuckGo.
I have been working on this video for a couple of years, so I really want to thank Brilliant for
Holy
sponsoring.
shit, what?
I appreciate their willingness to support me.
Dang, I feel sad for watching
stories. Brilliant is a website
Let's hear him out.
that teaches you all kinds of STEM concepts in an interactive and in-depth way. If you want to learn more about DNA or solving mysteries with deductive reasoning, I would recommend their courses on computational biology.
Computational biology. Ooh, what the fuck? Back to the envelope. Approach to problems from RNA folding to. Oh. Okay, never mind. I'm like, what? Is that like computer? Anyways, next up we're watching JCS, Criminal Psychology, and yeah. Also, my mom's fucking filming me. I have no clue. Like, a few months ago, she would have been like, "Get a fucking job." And now she's like, "Oh, look at my son." Anyways, let's watch this video. Oops. Oh fuck. I don't want that.
After calling a
Florida.
service, 26-year-old Dalia Mohammed showed up at his
I don't want copyright. I'm deleting this VOD.
Just 2 weeks after their first acquaintance, Michael filed for divorce from his wife of 7 years and proposed to Dalia with a $20,000 engagement ring. She said yes. It appeared as though the concept of love at first sight wasn't exclusive to fairy tales. And
Okay. We're not watching this. This has way too much shit. Yeah, okay, I'm like really paranoid I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike. I didn't mean that.
2000. An entire...
Anyways, let's move on to bedtime stories, because I know their music. Because they probably used yeah.
In December.
Fuck, we're pretty fucked. Okay. Let me go into I have the recording. This can go on YouTube. Maybe I'll do that video a different time offline or something. Probably not. It's like way better things to do. I'm not saying that this is like a waste of time or anything, right? But I'm gonna go streamer manager. Wait. Channel analytics. Oh, where is it? It's been a week since I've been here. Video producer, I think. Oh man, excuse me. Hello. Let's see. Dun, dun. I'm only gonna have this video up for like a month. I'm gonna end and then I'm gonna come back real fast. So y'all hold on. Because I'm afraid that fucking song is gonna get me copyright struck. Because I hate copyrights. I mean, of course it's not gonna fucking kill me, right? But this is actually, fuck it. You know what? No. Let me delete the highlight that I just made. Fuck it. Whatever. This is gonna stay up. If I get copyright struck, whatever. You know what? It's fucking Halloween. I don't care. Next time though, it happens. So we won't watch the JCS one, right? Wait, where's all this other stuff? We'll watch the mysterious Setagaya murderers. So this is kind of getting away now from U.S. law enforcement and stuff. This is the issue of having parents that are older than you. But it doesn't let me know. Hey. Yeah, man. Celular está ahí pegajoso. ¿Ah? Wait, what? ¿Te eliminé el correcto? Ah, sí. No. No sé cuál otro video te borré. Hold up, let me wash my hands, cause like, look, that's nasty. My mom needs to take better. Okay, pues no sé cuál otro video te eliminé. Basically, I don't know. I don't use Facebook, right? So all I saw was like move to the papelera, which means move to the trash can. So So I was like, wait, did I delete twice or like once? Because I literally put the same thing twice. I swear to God. So I'll be back. Let me wash my hands. Started with this. I've watched this video before, so I know what comes in this video, and I know there's nothing like obviously like real because everything's illustrated. So hopefully Twitch doesn't say, "Oh, there's blood above you," and like fuck you, right? Because it says if I actually show real blood, according to the terms and services, I just get instantly eliminated forever. And like imagine just like being like a normal guy that plays video games usually and having your channel like eliminated and IP banned and stuff. Fuck, that would hurt me a lot.
Of 2000,
and I hate
an
copyright
entire
too, because
family
like
was
you know
murdered
I use
inside
this
their
channel
home
for like
address in
other
Western
things too.
Tokyo. Despite leaving numerous clues behind at the crime scene, the
Anyways, let's
killer
watch
has never
this.
been identified, with the police investigation continuing to this day. This week, we look into the harrowing case of the Setagaya murders.
Bum ba da ba dum bum. I like bedtime stories, I swear. Do 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 do. Fuck, this music's so slow. I forgot. Ooh, we finally got color. I'm just kidding. Dun 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 dun. Ba-dum, ba-da ba-da bum 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 bum. Bedtime stories. If this is super loud, I'll lower the volume like that. This is nothing paranormal. This is just like, you know, actual like true crime. Because like, usually there's a lot of paranormal stuff on this channel. Also, my phone finally turned on, maybe. This thing's dead! Dude, what the fuck?
Staring at the crime scene photos which had been laid out on the desk of his dimly lit office, Takeshi Tsuchida felt consumed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. It had been over a week since the elderly lady had discovered the bodies of her family.
Oh, that's, I forgot that.
Home,
sad.
And the police investigation thus far.
You know, weeks since yeah, imagine like excuse me. No. Imagine being like a grandmother, right? And you just found out like, you know, your kids and you know, your kid's daughter or I don't know, son, or not your kid. You know, somebody you what is the word I'm looking for? Fuck. Basically, your family that you raised, right? And their family as well that they raised, right? So your kid's family, right? So just say, just like ended up like dying, you know? That's like really sad because of like a murder or something like that. Like I'm getting my words mixed up because I'm like, fuck, this felt like dying or something. Because
chief officer of the Seijo
I had it plugged in like the whole time.
Tsuchida had inevitably been entrusted with this high-profile case,
crazy.
along with orders
Anyways,
to bring the
it's really sad.
And at first glance, that had seemed a foregone conclusion. Personal belongings and forensic evidence left behind by the offender yielding vital clues, which should have irrefutably uncovered the killer's identity. But within a short space of time, it had become.
Also, I wonder what the Japanese text says. 'Cause, I don't know Japanese. But if it says like data or something.
Curtailing what should have been the most obvious and effective line of inquiry. In the absence of this, his investigators had quite naturally fallen back on witness and surveillance evidence, only to come to the realization that there was frustratingly little to go on.
Actually, maybe this is the whodunit.
On any of the
Yeah.
CCTV cameras which
I'm not
surrounded
sure.
the premises, and what little witness testimony had been uncovered thus far had proven sorely lacking in any useful detail.
Yeah, so like, that's like I feel like a rare thing that would happen, right? Having all the right tools there in your disposal and getting like evidence back, but really being unable to like find who really was it that committed this crime, right? Again, this is like in Japan, so I don't know how much it differs, but I'm sure like the forensics is probably like a little better or more technologically advanced. Maybe just slightly, I don't know.
Apart from going
Because they manufacture a bunch of technology, you know, in Japan.
To inquire if the DNA evidence matched any records held
They're
in
also like
neighboring
really strict.
countries. The
At
page
least that's what
remained
Ace Attorney
dauntingly
makes it out
empty.
to seem.
A career investigator, Tsuchida had encountered few cases during his service which had affected him as much as this.
Yeah.
Given the sheer brutality and horror the attending officers had documented at the scene. And despite their best efforts to keep the specific details of the murders from escaping into the public domain, the department's reputation was already under sustained attack.
Dang.
Whilst updating his superiors on the progress of the case, he had noted the concerned glances and weary sighs his remarks had elicited. He'd also been asked to comment on several newspaper articles, accusing his men of incompetency and inefficiency, citing largely historical issues within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, which had long since been resolved.
That's interesting part to this whole thing, because it not only shows like the well, it doesn't show much of like the victim side, but it shows more of like the, you know, forensic side of it, right? An investigative side too of law enforcement. Because like oftentimes it's just like the like, you know, the background of the life of the victim, and then maybe like the victim interviewing or a witness or something. Never usually like the law enforcement just like, oh yeah guys, sup. That's not really the case here either, where they're going like sup. It's really like, oh yeah, this is going on, blah 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 blah, public comments and
During
stuff.
the course of their day, they had gone out shopping.
So then Attila did something to me. I'm like coughing a lot
now. The following day's celebrations with relatives over the phone. After dinner, they had then spent the evening watching television before finally retiring to bed. The head of the household, 44-year-old Mikio Miyazawa, worked for a marketing company and had periodically logged onto his computer throughout the course of the day to check for and reply.
And that's something super interesting that they caught. Well, that they knew that he did that, right?
Yasuko had entertained their two
Because like
children.
honestly, that's pretty smart.
8-year-old Nina
If I was like new to like this stuff, I would probably not catch on to the fact that this guy logged in ever so often and stuff. Even though it may seem obvious.
11:30 p.m., a dark figure had slowly emerged
It just
from
says
the
I'm an
interior of
airhead.
the park, which bordered the rear of their home. This shadowy form had silently slipped from a group of trees before cautiously scaling another tree which stood in the garden of the address. He had then reached across and removed a protective screen which covered the second-floor bathroom window before hauling himself in through the now insecure opening. Once inside, the offender had walked into the nearest bedroom where 6-year-old Ray was asleep, before strangling the boy to death with his bare hands.
Yeah, like
this horrendous act.
like
must
another thing you gotta think about is like, because like the events or the circumstances are not circumstances. Fuck, what am I looking for? Really, like the whole scene is kind of like it's like you would expect maybe like, oh yeah, there's a few broken cups, there's a bit of like weird furniture shifts and stuff, but like really, it's like the house is ransacked.
Cause some level of disturbance.
And it's super sad what happened to the kid too. Like, what the fuck? Who just, like, seriously, guys, who the fuck just goes up to like a kid and is just like, I'm gonna strangle you? Like, who the fuck does that? Like, it makes me super sad. I hate like thinking there's people out there like that. Oh my god, it's not like I don't watch much of this because it gets me sad.
Traditional Japanese kitchen knife, which he used to repeatedly stab the father of two in the head, so hard that the end of the blade broke off.
Jesus, that
deep
soon.
inside the victim's skull.
Thank God the blood hasn't come up because like I get really weak whenever I see blood.
To inflict some minor injuries on his attacker, but he simply could not survive the strength and
Not fake blood
brutality of
though.
the onslaught
It's like
he had
movie blood,
faced.
like real life blood.
As his lifeless body fell backwards down the stairs into a heap, the killer then followed it down to the first floor landing, where he repeatedly hacked and slashed at it with the broken knife.
Yeah, and this is crazy.
After concluding this senseless desecration, he then turned and walked back up to the second floor. Here, he attacked Yasko and her daughter, inflicting injuries far more savage than those he had inflicted upon the male members of the household.
Yeah, it makes you think like what the goal was.
Using a Sanko knife from the Miyazawa kitchen.
Was it just like kind of like shut them up or something? Because you know he already murdered the dad and the kid.
The murderer on the phone line, but then elected not to make good his escape.
Yeah, and then this is the weird part.
Instead, for the next few hours, he chose to remain inside the house, carrying out a series of seemingly mundane tasks.
Like, what goes on in your mind when this occurs? I think there's a name to this phenomenon, I'm pretty sure. But like, how can you just like, you know, kind of like murder people and then just like, yeah, I just live here now for like the moment. Like, it's super fucking like horrible.
Ignoring the bloodied and battered bodies of his 4 victims, he had located the family's first aid kit and then treated his injuries. But he made no effort to clean up the blood he had lost, or to hide or conceal the dressings he had used. He simply left them lying on the floor in plain sight for the authorities to find. Having cleaned and bandaged his minor cuts, the killer then moved into the family's kitchen, where he made himself a pot of barley tea. To go with his drink, he removed and ate some melon slices from the fridge, before going on to consume 4 ice creams from the freezer. After this, it seems the attacker went for a nap on one of the living room sofas for an hour or two. He then awoke and logged onto Mikio's computer for a time.
Yeah, and this is weird. Also, if you saw that glitch happen, it was really me swapping tabs.
And then finally exited the address in the early hours on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, it's so weird. All this occurred New Year's Eve too.
The police were quick to discover that the family's killer had left the broken murder weapon at the scene, which bore traces of both his blood and that of his victims. He had also inexplicably left a small bag lying on the floor, which contained highlighter pens and a small quantity of sand. All of these items were duly recovered and sent for forensic analysis, in the hope of identifying the killer. And whilst, along with clothing fibres which were also discovered, they did provide vital clues as to the identity of the murderer, it quickly became clear that the hunt for him would not be an easy one.
It's super sad, this whole thing.
The killer's DNA and fingerprints were both identified and analysed, but did not match anything held within any of Japan's.
Yeah, and so they ended up finding out it must have been somebody from like European descent or somebody from like another country.
He was male, mixed heritage, with one parent likely to have come from southern Europe or the Mediterranean region. His blood was identified as type A, and from the nature of the wounds he had caused to his victims, he was believed to be right-handed, of a slim build, and measuring roughly 170 centimeters tall. Analysis of the force used to commit the murders produced an age range of between 15 and 35 years old, but beyond that, nothing more of a conclusive nature could be confirmed. Analysis of the fecal matter, which had so carelessly been left behind in the
like,
toilets of
what the
crime
fuck?
scene,
Like,
indicated that
it sounds funny as, like, it just sounds funny. Like, oh yeah, your fucking killer takes a shit, just like, I don't know, mock you or something in the afterlife. But like, this is like really fucking weird. Like, think about it too. Like, he's leaving behind all this evidence, and they can't fucking get him just because he's out of a database in Japan. Like, that's crazy. Like,
some point during
that's sad and devastating.
the murders, the murderer had
This whole thing is just really sad.
It would later be confirmed that both the kitchen knife used to commit the murders and the clothing that the killer had worn had been purchased somewhere in Japan's Kanagawa prefecture, situated over an hour's drive away.
Yeah.
In time, the police were able to confirm that only 130 units of the sweater worn by the murderer had been made and sold, but frustratingly, their inquiries would only lead them to 12 consumers who had purchased these garments.
The fuck?
However,
perhaps
the most surprising and intriguing clue as to the attacker's identity would come from detailed analysis of the sand which had been found inside the discarded bag. Scientists were able to narrow the source of this particulate down to the Nevada desert.
Yeah, which is weird.
More specifically, the area situated around the Edwards Air Force.
So this guy is like, has like European ancestry, right? But they find the sand from like the fucking a Nevada desert, like. What the fuck? Okay, I just noticed his name. The Nevada desert in California. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, the Nevada desert in California, I guess. Which is kind of like confusing. It's like both the name and then like what the fuck went on.
Since the time of the murders, there have been a number of different
It's so messed up.
put forward regarding who could be responsible for the senseless killing of this young and seemingly unassuming family. These vary somewhat in terms of their viability and credibility, and sadly, the nature of the evidence recovered by the police investigation appears so limited that no single suggestion seems to be any more realistic than the rest. Perhaps the most prevailing hypothesis.
And this is like the sad thing about like the whodunit genre is like who did it, because sometimes there's like a solution or an actual like person that did it, and then there's this which is open ended and a cold case kind of
to suggest that the
for
killer
now.
likely possessed a pathological hatred of women.
An
Others have
incel.
suggested that the extreme violence
God.
that was used against the family as a whole is more indicative of a crime of passion. Potentially, this was a man who was completely obsessed with Yasuko Miyazawa, or conceivably an associate of the family who believed they had been wronged or dishonored by them at some point in the past. But investigations into known sexual predators and crimes which have occurred since the slayings, as well as inquiries with friends and extended family of the victims, have not produced anything to escalate either of these theories beyond mere speculation. If the Miyazawa family were perhaps guilty of some past misdemeanor, then it has yet to be uncovered.
Yeah. And the fact it wasn't like one of the things uncovered already is interesting too.
Another popular theory is that the killer may have been a migrant or drifter. The location, like many other houses in Japan, was located a short walk from a transportation hub, causing some to believe that the killer was travelling around the country via its extensive rail network. This chilling hypothesis is worryingly similar to that of the man from the train, which we have previously covered.
I haven't covered that.
It is believed by some that a
Or
man
I haven't
named
seen
Paul
that.
Mueller was responsible for a
Maybe
series
we'll see
of
that
killings
next.
in the southwestern United States at the close of the 1800s.
Oh, these
including
old.
the infamous Phyllis Grant murders. He would allegedly travel by train through isolated rural areas in search of casual labour, before breaking into family homes and killing the occupants using their own tools.
Yeah.
Since the 1980s, Japan has seen an influx of immigration from neighbouring Asian countries. In addition, the country has also developed an issue surrounding drifters.
We can't document
The
them, huh?
1990s were a time of serious financial instability in Japan, with many workers becoming
Oh,
unemployed
wait.
or
Never
experiencing
mind.
severe
I
losses.
think like immigrants for some reason, but they're
Some of
not.
these
They can
people
include
have
like
never
normal
fully
people.
recovered from this, and
Yeah.
have elected never to re-engage with the society that they feel so badly failed them.
Okay. Interesting.
Rather than someone associated with the Miyazawa family, is it possible that they're...
Oh no, that totally is. Oh, I think there's this ghost video of like some people like in Japan investigating like a hut, and apparently people lived there or lived. Well, no, people lived there or they lived there. I can't remember. And they were like going there ghost hunting, and I think like something ended up happening to like the filmer or something. Yeah, no, all this lines up actually. I feel it's
that
starting
their
to
house
click in
was
my head.
picked because it was the first one that the killer had
Yeah, I know.
encountered as he had left the adjoining park.
Yeah,
or that he had
but like I
seen
can't
them
remember what the video's
shopping and
called.
decided to follow them home on an impulse.
Yeah, and that's like weird.
A similar theory involves the presence of the sand recovered from the bag left at the scene, which potentially links him to Edward's Air Force Base. This has led some commentators to assert that the murderer was one of the 50,000 US military personnel stationed in Japan at the time.
Like why? And how did they not
American
find out?
servicemen and contractors have regularly been involved in
What?
high-profile crimes in the country, prompting national outrage and a demand for their removal.
They're there, I think, because of like war
This
doctrines. I
theory
think.
would also comfortably explain the mixed DNA profile recovered from the killer, But perhaps the most reaching theories about the murders pertain to the open space situated behind the family home. There have been suggestions that the Miyazawas had been offered up to 100 million yen to move, so that the authorities could demolish their house along with others in order to expand the park.
Interesting.
There is also a rumor that in the weeks leading up to his death,
That one seems improbable
with a gang at
or
the local
improbable.
skateboard park. Some believe that this may have led to either a biker or street gang murdering him and his family as a result of his disrespect. At the time of writing, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police are still believed to have a task force of 35 officers assigned to solving the mystery of the Miyazawa family murders. The investigation has secured over 12,500 different evidential exhibits, and there have been in excess of 15,000 tip-offs from members of the public to an information line set up by the police. After spending 8 long years heading up the case, Shida was eventually forced to retire, but has continued to pursue the matter independently from the ongoing police investigation.
Yeah.
And after 20 years of the police conducting an annual service of remembrance at the crime scene, it has recently been announced that the building will now be torn down due to the
Yeah, and that'll make it really difficult to like investigate anything else.
Although the Miyazawa family home will soon be lost, sufficient detail and evidence from inside it has been suitably preserved, in the hope that the man responsible for the crimes which took place there will one day be identified and brought to justice.
Hopefully they are brought to justice, dude.
Our hearts go out to the relatives of the Miyazawa family. May their loved ones rest in peace.
I like this one. Because like the drawings I feel add like a nice touch. Above that, again, I feel like all this helps to represent the story well. God, it's really sad what happened to them. It really is super tragic. Let's see, so now, is next, right? This is Barely Sociable. They covered, an actual crime one. But, like, I've already watched it, like, twice on the the Silk Road, which is, like, a dark web, organization that began as, like, a store, but then eventually moved on to, like, drugs and stuff. Just moved on to, sell drugs and stuff like that, and they eventually ended up, not capturing, but, like, finding the owner and, like, arresting them for, coming with this crazy business.
By Hunt a Killer. Now,
anyways, this is loud.
Channel is basically dedicated to discussing all kinds of mysteries.
Anyhow,
today's sponsor is really
I guess this is a mystery.
And that's Hunt a Killer, which is a subscription service that gives you everything you need to solve a new and interesting mystery every month. With each box, you'll go through piles of documents, evidence, audio recordings. You'll learn the details of a story, a crime, suspects, and the many complicated details that weave them together. And you can sort of think of it like a personal escape room delivered to your door. You can play with family, friends, or if you're like me and you're not the most sociable of the bunch, you can also tonight.
Skip it! Ha 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 ha! A short documentary. The next video is long. Oh, are those people? Holy fuck, hold up. Let's do that. Man with a known identity convicted of stealing someone else's identity for more than 40 years. Yeah. What? The suspect was able to use the identity until the victim died in 2012. Dang. Murder victims turned up alive 31 years after disappearing? What the fuck? Missing Indianapolis man found living dead inside man's. This is crazy. It's crazy that there's people that can like get different identities. False ID arrested in Florida after 35 years. Missing father discovered 23 years later with new family identity stolen from dead fisherman. What the fuck? In 1983, the FBI labeled one bug as the cause of over 75,000 disappearances. It's not crazy information. Today, many others still remain missing. Lori Ruff, Chapter 1, Lori Ruff. Ooh, I like all this. No fucking music, right?
A woman by the name of Lori Erica Kennedy had just met a man by the name of Blake Ruff at a Bible study in the eastern part of Texas. Shortly after, they hit it off.
Dang, he's loud.
And that relationship would eventually lead to a marriage. While they were excited to take their relationship to the next level, when push came to shove, Lori made
until like a few minutes ago, and I'm like, fuck.
Or even an announcement in the paper, instead electing to quietly elope with only a pastor present. While this seemed a bit weird to Blake, it wasn't enough to stop him from proceeding. After all, Blake noticed that Lori was a secretive person, not willing to comment much on her past life, as well as often filling in the blanks vaguely in regards to her previous experiences. She had once told Blake that she had a rough childhood, burning all of her photos from that time. She claimed her father was a failed stockbroker, and that she did not have any siblings. Blake, being a matter-of-fact and trusting person, seemed to take her at face value, and presume nothing of it. However, as time would progress, Lori's secretive nature seemed to weigh on the relationship. After marriage, their immediate goal was to have a child, which after multiple attempts at having children, they had not been successful. While eventually Lori was ultimately able to have a child in vitro in 2008, shortly after, it's reported that her mental state seemed to decay. She seemed to be incredibly overprotective of her daughter, not allowing her in-laws to even hold the baby, and despite being incredibly secretive about her past, she would apparently go to great lengths to track down every detail regarding the Ruffs family, going as far as to research specific things like family recipes.
What the fuck?
On the other hand, she took absolutely no interest in talking to the family at family gatherings. Eventually, Lori cut all contact between the child and her in-laws. Her inability to blend with her in-laws caused strain in the marriage, in conjunction with her secretive past, which ultimately caused Blake to file for divorce in 2010. Lori retained full custody of her daughter, and Blake moved back in with his family. Subsequently, during the months after her breakup, Lori's condition seemed to worsen. She began harassing the Ruffs, sending threatening emails, stalking them, and she stole a pair of their house keys. And a neighbor of Lori's had reported seeing her rambling to herself, pacing back and forth outside of her home. Reportedly, Lori's daughter looked thin. In an attempt to console Lori about the situation, Denny, a neighbor of hers, had offered to take her to church for counseling. And according to an article from the Seattle Times, it would state, "She was frantic, about to the point of incoherence," he said. "From that point on, I never saw her focus again." Denny suggested Lori come to counseling at the church, where he served as a pastor. She brought in notebooks in which she rambled about, quote, what was wrong with her and how she could get him back, he said. As Lori sat down to talk, Denny couldn't help but notice her hands. They were, quote, the longest hands
what the fuck?
Person, he said. And they were always moving. She'd fidget with her hair or hold her hand out and gaze at it. Then she'd turn it over, gaze some more, and finally put it back in her lap. Her hands were important to her for some reason, he said. Lori spoke in circles, covering the same ground over and over. She'd say, quote, this is what's going on with Blake and me. And the next sentence was, quote, this is what's going on with Blake and me. It would go on like that for an hour. When she had a particular thought, her mind was stuck on it, he said.
This is crazy. What the fuck?
Like an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Blake said he remembered her taking medication for ADHD or Tourette's syndrome. Blake came in for counseling sessions too, and brought along his brother, David. It was strange, Denny said. David did most of the talking, as if he was translating for Blake. In the end, the counseling could not repair the marriage. This entire situation came to a head on December 24th, 2010. Lori had reportedly taken the drive on Christmas Eve morning from
What
her
the
home
fuck did I
in
just get
Atlantic,
myself into?
Texas. She
What am I
had
hearing?
traveled
Holy,
125 miles to
like
her
I'm
home
like
in Longview.
so entranced by the visuals and
Lori's father
everything.
had opened the garage that morning. He
It's
was
just like a
found
fucking
in the car
novel.
idling, where she had apparently passed away as a result of her own doing. The cause of death was an apparent single self-inflicted shot.
Oh, what's that?
From here, they found 2 notes, an 11-page one to her husband, and one for her daughter, for her to open when she turned 18. The police opened both notes, and while they have never been released publicly, they noted that they were clearly from someone who was mentally disturbed. Hereafter, the family apparently wanted to know more about Lori's past, and after the funeral, the family would take a trip to Lori's home, and they found the contents of her entire house in disarray. Papers were scattered, trash was stacked, laundry was thrown out, countless dirty dishes remained, and hidden inside her house was a single lockbox. After the lockbox was eventually pried open with tools, it would reveal various documents pertaining to Lori's past. As it would turn out, she had gone under multiple different names, and inside the box was the birth certificate of one Becky Sue Turner, a 2-year-old infant who had passed away in a house fire. They found various scribblings on her notes, such as things like 402 months, which was believed to be the length of a possible jail sentence. They found the contact information for a disbarred attorney by the name of Ben Perkins in California. He said he had no memory of ever meeting Lori. As they sift further, they found a letter of recommendation from one Roger Steinbeck, printed on stationery from a 5-star hotel in Thailand. This letter of recommendation was completely fabricated. Now, the family quickly sought help from various individuals.
Yeah, that's kind of funny,
including
but
one
like...
individual from the Social Security Administration. Nearly every lead was a dead end, however.
Doesn't make
but
sense.
They did figure out a couple of things. Investigators learned that Lori had requested a copy of the birth certificate of Becky Sue Turner in 1988, and that same year it was used to obtain a state ID in Idaho. 3 weeks after that, Becky Sue Turner appeared before a judge in Dallas and had her name legally changed to Lori Erica Kennedy. After changing her name, she then applied for her Social Security card. Subsequently, she'd then get her GED and go on to college, until she'd file for bankruptcy and then graduate. Someone who knew her around these years had claimed that she had worked as an exotic dancer to pay for college. She had apparently graduated the University of Texas with a degree in business administration. And now, as stated previously, investigators had hit a dead end.
What the fuck?
And in an attempt to aid the investigation, the Social Security Administration had worked with the Seattle Times to publish a story to get help from the public. The story was republished again and again until some breakthrough could be made. And while Lori's story became an online sensation among mystery aficionados, over this time, many theories ranged far and wide. Was she a spy? Was she someone who had done something terrible? Or was she running from someone? It wouldn't be until 2016 that we would get an answer. That's when Colleen Fitzpatrick, a nuclear physicist turned forensic genealogist, would read an article about Lori's mystery in the Seattle Times and reached out to her family.
What? Can I just hear that again? Nuclear physicist turned what?
From someone. It wouldn't be until 2016.
Wow, the way walks of life just fucking take you to this.
Fitzpatrick, a nuclear physicist turned forensic genealogist.
That's one hell of a transition in your career.
Seattle Times and reached out to her family to help piece the puzzle together. Even though they did not have access to Lori's DNA at the time, they had the next best thing.
Also, this is why I subscribe to this guy on my actual account. This guy has really good documentaries, and his voice is wow.
The website's results stated that a man by the
Holy shit! I'm like so interested. I'm like getting chills and shit. I'm like, what's going on?
Michael through 23andMe.com's messaging service, but he never replied. Years later, another close match was made on Lori's DNA that also connected to Michael Cassidy. After spending months building a family tree of the Cassidys, she speculated that Lori's mother was one of Michael Cassidy's aunts. This revealed the true identity of Lori Erica Ruff. Her real name was Kimberly McLean, and shortly after, her mother would take a DNA test to confirm. But it's worth pointing out that after this occurred, she declined to comment about the reason that Kimberly had left. Kimberly's uncle was willing to talk a bit more, though, and he stated that between the homemade family dinners each night and vacations, that she had a relatively normal suburban childhood. Though by the time her parents divorced in 1986, Kimberly's mother remarried shortly after, where she went on to live with her new stepdad in a different town in Pennsylvania. This is reportedly when the troubles started to happen with Kimberly. Within a year, apparently, she couldn't adjust to the new house and school, and close to her 18th birthday, she had simply left and told her parents to not look for her, and assured them that they would never find her as a result of her changing her name twice. Now, it's worth considering that this story about her leaving home in 1986 is just what the uncle had to say from his point of view. And while this case was technically solved, it's still incredibly difficult to say exactly what motivated her to change her name.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, it was 2 years after Kimberly ran away that she would actually get the name Becky Sue Turner. Furthermore, naturally, you have to ask, how does a 18-year-old girl leave home and suddenly have expertise on how to dodge the guise of Big Brother, not showing up in any kind of database, leaving no paper trail, and not to mention the implications of requiring resources to travel the United States?
What is coming to mind right now is that, like, Kimberly McLean actually, like, went missing or something, and, like, some imposter took over that identity. But I don't think that's the way this story's gonna go out at all.
To say that we're missing some crucial details about the story. This begs the question, was Lori acting alone? Did she run off with someone? That remains unclear. It's hard to get a full picture of what went on without any kind of evidence. Beyond stealing an identity, Lori doesn't appear to have committed any serious crimes aside from that. The theories have ranged far and wide about Lori/Kimberly. During that 2-year period, had she committed some heinous crime under another identity? Or was it possible that she was running away from someone? Or something that she was frightened of? If you recall, Lori was adamant of no public announcement being made about her marriage, meaning that her changing her last name would have fallen just slightly farther under the radar. I think it may also be worth considering if the story we're being told by the press is actually the truth, or if the Ruff family was actually being truthful about the actual reasons for the breakup. Because one very interesting detail seriously begs that question. On the other hand, what nobody seems to have pointed out is that there are some inconsistencies. According to the Freedom of Information Act request papers pertaining to this Social Security investigation, they appear to have caught the Seattle Times author in a lie. And I want to remind you that the Seattle Times was essentially doing this story for the Social Security investigation.
What the
Longview
fuck's
Police
happening?
Department believed that Jane Doe was prepared to harm her in-laws, but when she discovered that they were not home, she took her own life. Assuming that the Ruffs were not home on Christmas Eve morning, the entire timeline of events that we're given in this Seattle Times article is completely off. Additionally, when this was brought up to the author of the Seattle Times article, who has definitely seen the police report, they would flat out deny this particular detail. But I digress. Because while Lori's case is interesting, it's actually not unique. And while there was some speculation with the original Seattle Times article that Kimberly may have solicited the services of an identity broker, it's only until you look at other stories similar to this one that you start to notice a trend.
Interesting. This guy should make fucking research papers. He should fucking make an abstract. Everything that goes along with the fucking research paper, I swear.
65-year-old Joseph Newton Chandler
He's
had been found dead by
skilled,
suicide in the bathroom
is what I
of
can
his
just
studio
say.
apartment. His
In
body
voice
wasn't found
and
for over a week,
in
and by
presentation.
that point, it was so badly decomposed, police were
What? Wait,
unable
what?
to obtain
Wait, what the? I just missed all that. What the fuck?
tiny apartment.
Whoa.
His body wasn't found for over a week, and by which point it was so badly decomposed, police were unable to obtain fingerprints, and they could not find any kind of fingerprint on anything else.
Wait.
Three.
Okay, I'm gonna switch this up on like my other things. How fast do bodies decompose? I swear I thought it was like a month, not like a week. Okay, yeah, okay, I have it here. So, okay, I'm just gonna list it out because this is an interesting fact. It's like science technically, and it's kind of freaky, not gonna lie. So 3 hours post-mortem, right? Stiffening of muscles, you know that. 24 to 72 hours, post-mortem. But this article is how long does it take for a body to decompose without embalming under the CSU, California State Commission University? What is that? Is that like a firm or something? Doesn't really say. It says call 800-991-3645. If you want to get something out of this, I don't know. Anyways, 24 to 72 hours post-mortem, internal organs begin to decompose due to cell death. The body begins to emit pungent odors. Rigor mortis subsides. 3 to 5 post-mortem, 5 days post-mortem. Organs continue to decompose. Bodily fluids leak from orifices. The skin turns a greenish color. 8 to 10 days post-mortem. The body turns from green to red. Blood decomposes and gases accumulate. 2+ weeks post-mortem. Teeth and nails fall out. 1+ week, 1 month and plus post-mortem. The corpse begins to liquefy into a dark sludge. And then after that, skeleton decomposes and stuff. Oh, no, excuse me. It doesn't decompose. It just leaves behind the whole, everything that's left behind is just a skeleton. Oh, God, this is scary. Weird and, oh, God.
3 months before
Fuck, what the hell?
Chandler
What?
on anything else in his house. 3 months before he had passed away, Chandler had purchased a firearm at a nearby store. He had also just been recently diagnosed with colon cancer. Perhaps choosing to go on his own terms, but $82,000 was left in Chandler's bank account. He did not leave any kind of will. Checking through the emergency contact to find any kind of kin, it led to his sister, Mary. But the emergency contact led to an address that was an empty parking lot. Investigators had searched for Chandler's next of kin, and soon discovered that the man wasn't who he claimed to be.
What the hell?
It's worth noting that Chandler had kept a packed suitcase, seeming to indicate that he was ready to go at a moment's notice. He had stolen the identity of an 8-year-old boy who had passed away in a car crash on Christmas Day in 1945. In a similar turn of events, the story would make it out to the press, and internet sleuths would theorize about who Chandler really was. But in spite of this, the case went cold for over a decade. By 2014, when U.S. Marshals took over the case, they learned that Chandler had undergone a medical procedure in the year 2000. And at the hospital, they apparently still had his tissue sample. This DNA was compared against modern databases. And in a similar turn of events, they then contacted Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, the same forensic genealogist from earlier. As a result of the forensic investigation, they were able to make a breakthrough. Joseph Chandler's original identity was Robert Nichols, and after interviewing his son, authorities were able to get some insight into his past life. Nichols, born in 1926, made his true age.
Why do people want to change identities? Like, other than like obviously maybe having crimes committed in their life?
In World War II, he received a Purple Heart. But after returning home from the war, he moved on to a normal civilian life. He was married with 3 children. While settling down, he got a job at General Electric as a draftsman, but in a rather bizarre turn of events, he would randomly leave his family one day without much explanation, stating that, quote, "in due time, you'll find out why." This led to a divorce shortly after, and Nichols leaving their home in New Albany, Indiana, to head to Dearborn, Michigan, to also work as a draftsman. He would subsequently get laid off, and on March 9th, 1965, Nichols would send a postcard to his parents from Stroud, Oklahoma, claiming that he was heading west. On March 20th, 1965, he would send another letter from Richmond, California, near San Fran, stating, "Please don't worry about me. I'm well and happy. I will write as often as I possibly can to let you know how I'm doing." And his last ever communication was with his eldest son. But it wasn't any kind of letter, and instead he had just sent him a penny with no context, and in this final postcard it came from Napa, California. And after this final cryptic message from him, the family would never hear from him again, and he was reported as a missing person. It wouldn't be until 13 years later, in 1978, that Nichols assumed the identity of the already dead Joseph Newton Chandler III. After gaining a copy of...
Am I missing something? What is going on? I'm not piecing everything together. Holy fuck.
Birth certificate.
What is...
A social security card.
This is super weird.
And within the next 24 years, like a chameleon, blended harmoniously in society as a Joseph Newton Chandler.
That's weird that you don't know. You just can't know much about people, and that's like super weird.
A quiet life from his one-bedroom apartment.
See my camera moving. It's just like a... It's really the desk. Someone could just go like that, and it shakes.
Found that he had crossed out the days until he passed away. He worked as an engineer at Lubrizol, where coworkers stated that Chandler's behavior could be at times interesting. He occasionally told a few coworkers that he was worried about some people that were after him, stating that someone was, quote, getting close, but he never cared to elaborate further. According to his medical report in 1989, Chandler had gone to the hospital with a life-threatening injury, and he had claimed that he had gotten injured from being a bit too intimate with his vacuum cleaner, and it had apparently resulted in severe lacerations. Another coworker recalls that he once drove all the way to an LL Bean store 700 miles away, only to return home after there were, quote, no parking spots. He would apparently listen to TV static for hours on end. He apparently went to an office Halloween party dressed as Al Capone, and then sat in the corner and spoke to no one the entire night. On the surface, outside of this strange behavior, Nichols' life was as boring as you could expect it to be. But as these other details come to life, you have to ask, why would he change his identity?
Yeah!
He had something to hide. Was he a fugitive? Was he just paranoid? Or
what the fuck?
Legal trouble? Or
It's just like, what the fuck? I'm gonna be doing a bit. I'm no longer Ruben. Isn't he like a fucking like person? Yeah, I'm Jeffree Star now. Like, why would you wanna? Why? What? Like, why would you change your fucking identity? Like, what's up? Am I like? I should listen to the fucking story.
Never contacted his family again.
What the
fuck?
fuck?
Speculate. It's also worth considering the fact that there is a massive gap between the time that he goes missing and the time that he assumes his identity. Given the fact that he did nothing for 17 years, you have to assume he would have left some paper trail somehow.
Yeah.
It may have been possible that he not only switched his name once,
but maybe twice.
Or even
okay.
3 times. Given this ability to elude Big Brother, we only know where he started and ended. And just like in the case of Kimberly McLean,
makes you question too. What the? Who's Big Brother? What? What are they like? What are they hiding from? What the fuck? This is so weird. The paper trip. Don't tell me they're part of like a big ass criminal organization that kills people, or like or hitmen or something crazy.
I should clarify. It's that while Kimberly and Robert's cases are particularly mysterious, they are far from unique. A similar situation took place with a man by the name of Dylan Riebling in 2002, when a friend of his had passed away as the result of a heart attack. The man had stolen the identity of a child who died in 1973. Once again, a very similar situation. In this particular case, the guy had lived out the rest of his life just a couple of hours away from his family.
Hold up, these people dying out of like random like natural conditions and stuff, or maybe like ruthless suicide. Are they getting killed? I'm so confused.
In February of 2013, a revelation.
I'm sorry if I'm being like a little annoying today. Like, what the fuck?
Identities of some 80 deceased children and issued fake passports in their name for undercover operations. Another man by the name of John Vincent had escaped a halfway house.
And you think immigrants are the only fucking people that do this just to get a fucking job in America and be able to pay taxes, to have some sort of fucking record in America, to then become a citizen and get a green card, right? What the fuck? Why?
House in Texas in 1986. Then he had been caught impersonating a dead
This
child's identity for over 20 years. What the fuck? He had raised 2 kids under that name, got married twice, and proceeded to live his life as normal until he got caught.
Again, why people are fucking freaky and more scarier than fucking ghosts? I'd rather there be ghosts than fucking, scary people out there like this.
Now, whenever there's a
This is just freaky.
What often gets overlooked is the method in which these 2 people had used in order to live under a new name.
Yeah.
And while I'm sure many of you are more familiar with traditional identity theft, such as stealing a credit card for fraudulent purchases, in these 2 particular cases, it's a type of identity theft called ghosting. This is what you would call literal identity theft, where the goal is to steal an identity long term, where you're actually trying to live under that stolen identity. And to put it frankly, I want to say that this video is obviously for educational purposes only.
Yeah.
I condone you breaking the law.
Oh yeah. And before I continue, Twitch, obviously, we're just watching a documentary, which is educational, 100% educational. We don't want people doing none of this stuff, because A, it's like, what the fuck? And B, like, why? Work it out. Like, oh god. And I didn't mean to say work it out. I meant to say, like, why?
In the past couple decades, it largely stems from them stealing identities decades ago. On top of that, as governments have gotten better at record keeping, moving over from...
And thank God they have.
This isn't something that will likely ever be the same again. But to continue on into the specifics behind this particular method, as it used to be, it largely originates from one particular source. A source that has a lot of untold history.
Hello, Gumdropo. Welcome to my stream. How's your day? And, have you been listening to this, Barely Sociable thing? Today I'm covering, forensics and stuff, and maybe, like, true crime or something. I can't say that on Twitch. Like, the title was literally saying, it goes against terms or something. What? Wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. What are you questioning me on? Cause like, yeah, I asked if you watched the Barely Sociable thing, video. It came out literally like 2 or 3 days ago. I don't understand. What do you mean? Wait, am I not speaking English? Fuck. Or am I not loud enough? No, I didn't. Oh, okay. Fuck. Okay. Maybe you're like lag because you're on like the phone or something. Fuck, that scared me. I'm like, wait, am I not speaking? Because like sometimes like, I don't know. Like I just mumble my words. Yeah, I was. Anyways, yeah, no, this case is crazy. Oh, it's not even a case. It's like, it's not even a case. It's like just like an overview on like I guess ghosting. But like, I don't know. I'm confused as to why individuals would want to do that and live out like completely normal lives. What about so that's my dad just entering. But yeah, let's continue.
That I'm speaking of came from a company.
Hopefully you enjoyed today. I guess if you're watching me in the stream, right? Yeah, this is like all we're doing. We already watched some, except for the JCS one, because I had a music that I thought was copyrighted.
What this video is really all about. Published in 1970, The Paper Trip was an obscure short book sold in local counterculture newspapers and eventually other newspapers. It outlined one very particular instance in which someone could quite literally trip up Big Brother and steal a full identity with ease.
What the fuck?
It involved people acquiring a real birth certificate in a dead child's name and using it as the breeder document, which then could obtain a social security card, a driver's license, credit cards, and create a new identity. And if there's something we've seen from the cases like Lori Ruff and Mr. Chandler, it's that they ended up doing just that. If you recall,
Is it like scary stories? No, not today. Next week it will, cause like today's supposed to be a scary stream. Maybe later on I'll move on to like scary stories depending on how early I feel. Not I feel. I end. Cause like I feel the next one is 40 minutes long and it's gonna be me pausing and rambling, maybe adding an extra 10 minutes. So maybe near the end, But as of right now, it's just more of informatic, I guess. Because here's the thing. I covered a bunch of stuff, so let me just overview forensic serial killers in one. I didn't really cover serial killers that much, except for like maybe like one video, that being the Veritasium video catching criminals with relatives' DNA. But it really didn't cover the Golden State Killer that much. But basically what we're gonna do later on is maybe get a little off topic and stuff, or at least what I'm gonna do, right? Because it's all on my own, right? Kind of. But yeah, it's more of how do I say it? Yeah, just like weird cases or people just being weird and shady and stuff like that, right? Because the first few was like on forensics and what it is, and maybe like the Golden State Killer a little bit. We were gonna watch this one, but I decided to go against it because they had music. We already watched the murder. It's not really a documentary, but like it's a case really through bedtime stories. And right now we're watching another. I thought it was a case, but it was really yeah, that's a lot of research. Yeah, it's because with this stuff, I really don't want to misconstrue it because I feel like, you know, there's a lot of people that could just like half-ass it and be like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah. None of this is for teachers or school. All this is just like, you know, just me being like how do I say it? I guess it's, okay, it's gonna come out wrong because it's not really being a decent human being, but it's being a decent human being. You know what I mean? And you know, with the PowerPoint at least, I am providing like sources to like you know, crime and stuff and why it's caused, or how it's caused, or who's susceptible to it, or doing that and stuff like that. Because crime is really such an intricate event. It's not really. It shouldn't really be us idolizing these people. It should be us questioning where we went wrong in treating these people right. And that's what I find interesting about crime, because there's people who, like, idolize these killers, and I'm like, you really shouldn't, right? And I think that's the point, or that was gonna be my point in watching the JCS video, but it kind of got derailed, and now we're watching this weird video on ghosting. And it's confusing me because, like, these people have been living, like, normal lives as far as I can see. And as far as he's explaining, right? And, like, why would you want to ghost? Like, it's like, what the fuck? And it's freaky, too, stealing identities of people that have died. Like, come on.
You cannot get any usable prints off of Chandler. Now, normally you might not think much of this, but if you've read The Paper Trip and you know what he's referring to...
I've never read that book, nor do I want to read that book.
Avoiding getting fingerprinted. And in particular, it talks about getting your fingers grafted in a medical procedure, or alternatively, burning your fingers with acid.
You would think that, but then there's like, okay, this is what I thought. I thought, like, okay, maybe like somebody's like taking these people out, stealing their identities, and going in and like, oh yeah, I'm Laurie, right? Yeah, I've been your wife and all that. That's, and then, like, you know, consistently turning more paranoid as like the husband finds out. Because that was like the first part of the video, but then like it kind of derailed because it actually turned out that it was her, and then like they had like these weird like gaps of time where they just go missing and then they come back into society and are quote unquote chameleons in society, blending in as normal people, doing normal jobs. This guy right here, the old guy you see in the video, next to the few pictures of himself before, he's a fucking engineer. And like it was so weird, and like I was just like, huh? I was like, what? Oh, maybe they got turned that thing on. Yeah, fucking aliens, right? And for reals, it's just so confusing. It's like, why would you do this? And like the fact he hasn't, this Barely Sociable hasn't explained this yet. There's like 2 minutes left, and it's weird. And test clones. Yeah. I'm like so confused. Fuck. So I guess all we can do is just continue, right? And that's where we are or at now.
Recommendation, which is also recommended in some of those books.
Yeah, this is like a fake one.
The fact that Chandler had a packed bag.
A fake letter of recommendation.
Another bit of advice that comes from The Paper Trip, as they discuss moving on to the next identity at any given moment. And it's safe to say that if they were practicing all of these things on a regular basis for their primary identity, they were probably doing a whole list of other things for their other identities. And it was reported in 1983 that some 75,000 individuals had avoided arrest using...
Hello there, Monster Music, and welcome back. Why is your... Oh, wait. Oh, it's weird, because like on my OBS thing, your freaking comment was highlighted purple, and then I'm like, wait, why is it highlighted? The professor is back? Yeah. This time with actual fucking sources. Anyways, welcome back. You missed a really good documentary. 20 minutes. Although missed was kind of like defeating the point, right?
People may still be living under an identity.
Fuck, this is so weird.
From one of these methods. With that being said, it really makes you wonder if everyone you meet is really who they say.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Like now I'm questioning. Is Gumdropo? Is Monster Music Monster Music? Why does your shirt say I'm a teacher, but your jacket looks like I'm about to be forced to go on a run by a gym teacher? Cause I'm fucking cool and sick, and I don't have any I have like the rich people suits, right? Like I don't. You're tripping too much now. Yeah, no, but it's cause like I'm so confused. Like, cause like, oh my god, I just can't like contextualize this. Like now I want to know like, what did Lori do, the person earlier in the story? Oh shit, my friend Quinley says your suspenders bring in all together. Yes, dude, fucking get suspenders, bring that style back, I swear. Although apparently like the new style now is wearing like baggy clothes, so like baggy clothes with like suspenders doesn't really work well, and this is like proper pants in my opinion. Like honestly, I'm just wearing this just to be like teacher-esque, or if not like detective-esque. I wish I had black ones though, because they would fit my what I'm trying to like display. I'm screen sharing on Discord to my whole server, so like 30 people can see you right now. Oh well, hello everybody. Today is my documentary in forensics. Hopefully I don't get a copyright strike or get banned off Twitch because it says I can be terminated at a moment's notice if I show off blood or something stupid like that. So I'm very sorry if you all never hear from me again, or maybe hear from my Twitter, but like, yeah. Anyhow, again, I'm still like confused. Why do people want to steal identities? Like my point earlier was immigrants do this, right? To like, yeah, I don't have any of those set up. So ideally, you just go on my profile and click Twitter and socials and stuff. Anyways, if you want my Twitter, I don't even know, because I don't think Twitter gives you like an actual like main thing. Let's try 7. Here we go. You all want to go to my Twitter. That's it right there. There we go. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Because like immigrants, they some of them steal social security numbers from identity brokers or people that just like want to share their social security with these people to help them like display some sort of identity, or just say, oh yeah, I was here in America, can you please give me a green card because I've been here for over 20 years, because I think that's like a naturalization process or law to become a citizen here, at least to like a lot of at least what a lot of Latin American folk and Mexican folk go through, right? Because if you don't have a social security number or a fake one, right, you really can't say, oh yeah, I've been here for 20 years, because all that you have to go by are your neighbors who may not even speak like Spanish at all, and like, are they gonna help you out, or are they like, it goes like that. But like this whole thing is like everybody here is like American. It's like you have to be making some sort of like fucking crime or something to like then move on from identity to identity. But like, it's so weird the fact that like they just like, oh yeah, I'm done doing crime, back to my normal life. Like what the fuck? It's like so weird. And it's like baffling to me, because like I don't know, I feel like obviously like it's just me like obviously like noticing this isn't like normal like behavior, or at least all that. But like, yeah, I know people do that, but like it's just weird. Do you do that, Gumdropo? You seem to be defending these people. And then it turns out Ruben Torres has gone missing. And he looks a little different. No, I'm 14. Ruben Torres has been replaced by a 14-year-old. What happened here? But yeah, for reals. It's like, also, you shouldn't be revealing your age. That's a bad thing. Never reveal your age to people. Everybody underneath like the age of 18 should not reveal their age. Please don't do that ever again. Just saying, because like, you know, there's weird people out there, and I don't want like any harm to come to like any of my underage viewers and stuff. Like, for reals, like, that's horrible. But I'm not gonna like chastise you or anything. Just don't do it again. What was I gonna say again? I just need to finish this out.
That being said, I'm really sociable, and have a good night.
You just did it. What you mean? I mean, well, depending on like which country you come from, maybe it's like a little more okay. But like, as far as I'm concerned, at least here in America, there's like weird people that like, you know, kind of like, ooh, you're a 14-year-old, you know. Well, it more stems from like my upbringing and like, you know, people just being like stranger danger and don't reveal your age, right? Oh, you know, oh yeah, but I'm a guy, so I guess, but like it still happens, you know. Nobody's like immune from this stuff, cause like I'm about to say something stupid. No, for example, I got like followed by this weird account one day called like MILF Juggers or something, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like, it was weird. It was like, I'm into young people, and I'm like, ooh, like, ooh. It was weird as fuck. Let's just say that. I showed my friends in like high school, and they were like, dude, you should let her follow you. And I'm like, I'm like, hell no. It was weird. Anyways, yeah, that's it for today. Not today, excuse me, for this. Next, you have the most corrupt investigation of Asian history. You know, governments or whatever is gonna come up here can also be culprits in crime or
brought to you by
you know,
Babbel.
part of it, I guess.
Now, if there's something that plagues me and many other creators on YouTube, is that every so often we will just completely mispronounce a word or name without any hesitation at all. George.
Yeah, for example, palabra. People say palabra. Hola amigos, ¿tienen una palabra de decirme? Yo sé cómo hablar oraciones en español. That's my... Fuck, I'm so stupid. That's my... I'm American and I'm speaking Spanish accent. Pero si yo sé cómo hablar el español, amigos. I'm just kidding. My more enriched Spanish accent.
Gloucester.
Now, apparently there's a name for this particular phenomenon.
Is that... What the fuck does that word mean?
Calliope.
It's called Calliope syndrome. It's essentially when you know a word and how it's spelled and what it means, but you have no idea on how to pronounce it. And I think this just goes to show you that whenever it comes to speaking any language, it's an active process that you're constantly learning.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't be ashamed if you don't speak a language.
And given this fact, you might think that learning a second language would be an overwhelming task. But the reality of that is that it doesn't actually have to be difficult or overwhelming. With Babbel, it's been proven through various efficacy studies that as little as 15 hours on their app has been equivalent to a full college semester.
What?
Given the fact that statistics show that the average...
I'm gonna skip the sponsor. Just in statistics, though. By the way, it's named Babbel because babies babble, and that's how they learn how to speak. Fun fact. Oh shit, am I gonna get copyright? I'm fucking paranoid. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind, we're fine. You good, I think? Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is like maybe like 70s, early 80s music, I guess? No. I feel like that's too far ahead.
It was a normal Friday on
November
fuck, I
forgot how loud he is.
1957, where at around 11:30 a.m.
Fuck, his voice is so good. Imagine speaking like him. It was a... Whatever. Let me get all like the loudness out of my voice. It was a normal day, like yesterday, when all of a sudden, Penelope... Fuck, wait, is that a name? Penelope. Oh, Penelope is like an old-ass show on Boomerang or whatever. Anyways, it was an old day when Scooby-Doo decided to find out that he was actually part of a gang that did drugs. I don't know.
The name of a romance
Fuck, I would love to have a voice like that.
Part from San Francisco, California, where the destination
Anyways.
was Honolulu, Hawaii. The crew awaiting aboard the flight consisted of 8 crew members of Pan American Airlines, 36 total.
I've never heard of this one. And I thought it was gonna be like the one that went missing in what was it? I forget what that was. It's by Singapore and Malaysia. Malaysia Airlines, I think it was.
It featured a large double-decker layout, roomy seats, a full buffet,
Huh.
and a cocktail lounge on the bottom floor that could be accessed by a spiral staircase. And Pan
This is
Am,
interesting.
being one of the frontrunners when it came to commercial aviation, at the time, was one of the first to actually accommodate such a plane. And as a result, they became one of the go-tos for luxury trips to Honolulu from the West Coast. And it's safe to say that many of these passengers on this flight were looking for a resort-style getaway. But little did they know that whatever happened hours after their takeoff would remain a mystery for years to come.
So is it solved? Because he's making it sound like it's already been solved. Huh. Vanishing over the Pacific. But wait, guys, you know, airplanes and stuff and ships and boats vanishing over the Pacific or the Bermuda Triangle is pretty common because of like freak storms, different events, you know, like the pilot like accidentally like getting disoriented and stuff like that. Wait, is this like the triangle thing? That's what I'm guessing, but like for the Pacific. From like ghost stories to stuff like that. Apparently there's like a triangle or something, or even like a pentagram that the US makes. And ooh, scary stuff happens in each triangle. Ooh. You know, stuff like that. It's all urban rumors, but to some extent in Bermuda, right, there's a lot of like crazy weather patterns that could disorient boats and airplanes because like the clouds block like the view and they can disorient like radars and stuff like that. So like, you know, the airplane could think like they're still navigating in like I was about to say planar surface, but I don't really know much of the terminology. They think they're going like straight, but really they could be like dipping down, or they have to make like a crazy maneuver where they just crash. And a lot of the time this ends up happening just because of weather, right? Usually it isn't because Russia or, I don't know, Mexico lanzó un misil a, I don't know, vuelo 999 porque odiamos los mexicanos, viva Mexico, or something stupid like that. It's none of that stuff, right? I feel like that's a myth. I think there is something way more dark or sinister going on, to be honest, because I think the planes were not found. Well, some of these planes are actually found later on, but at different places, because currents, a lot of the time currents in the ocean, because of global warming are starting to change. So well, at least as of now, right? Back then it was more stable. You could just find airplanes in certain locations and certain airplane graveyards in like the Pacific and maybe like in the Bermuda Triangle, and it's just like a normal occurrence. I'm just trying to say, if at all, I think this documentary is probably gonna try to paint some sort of like government conspiracy, or maybe some sort of other like idea as to what may have happened in this flight or something like that. But sometimes there is some shady stuff, like with I think Malaysia Airlines, which ended up being found in like Vietnam or something, which is freaking crazy. At least that's what I heard a while ago. I don't remember. I may be misconstruing or maybe missing like the whole idea behind that, right?
Pan Am Flight 7 departed at
Anyways,
30 a.m.
again, I'm not trying to like argue or anything, because obviously everything's open to interpretation. I'm not here to be like, no, you're wrong. Everybody's wrong. My view's right.
It was a simple trip aside from the other.
Because the truth is obviously always complex.
Something you should understand with these flights is that given the long distance over the ocean, flights were required to check in with an ocean vessel to make sure that they were on track. Affixed between California and Hawaii was a weather vessel called Ocean Station November. Pan Am Flight 7 would go on to give all required positions to November, with the captain checking in promptly each time. At 0030.
Oh wait, I was about to say that's a coincidence. It's November, but it's like October.
After receiving this message, November would then tell Pan Am Flight.
That's an interesting name.
Based on their radar, they were 10 miles east of their location. And 34 minutes later, at 0104 GMT, Pan Am Flight 7 would provide its final update.
Interesting.
After, the plane was due to check in about an hour later, but for some reason, they were never heard from again.
Again, the visuals are fucking great. No wonder this guy barely uploads.
With the plane's final transmission, there was no mention of any.
Like I could see this like being like on Discovery Channel. Does anybody watch that still? Because like, I used to watch a lot of shit there, like Ancient Aliens and stuff.
Follow-up. At 2:42 GMT, Pan Am had notified the Coast Guard that it had not heard from the plane in over 90 minutes. It would take a little over an hour
So
after
interesting.
that for the Coast Guard to begin dispatching search.
I thought it's gonna be like a freak like weather event, cause like you know the vessel's kind of like tied there, right? So they have to stay there and endure whatever happened.
And would ultimately turn up in Honolulu.
Hmm.
However, as the search would go into the early hours of the morning, they could safely assume that the flight had run out of fuel. It was at this point that Flight 7 had been declared downed in the Pacific, where in the following days this would become
What
the
happened?
largest search effort for a commercial plane at the time.
The search. So intriguing.
When Flight 7 went missing,
Oh, fades for
business
44 on
was
airliner.
perfectly fine one moment, and
Honestly.
then completely catastrophic the next. While coverage from the press made its way to the front of the newspapers, Pan Am representatives rushed to give statements and do damage.
Okay, of course, yeah, damage control.
While there was
You
still
gotta have a
damage
good PR team.
At this point, the search efforts continued after the initial night. The next day, the fleet included 30 aircrafts and 14 ships, with a planned search area to cover some 150,000 square miles of the Pacific, where they focused along the path from where the plane's last position was reported.
They should have focused a little past Hawaii, I feel, too. But maybe that would have been way too many resources.
USS Philippine Sea from Long Beach, California to join. Additionally, 2 Gearing-class destroyers from San Diego joined the search fleet as well. As the search efforts continued over the coming days, pilots began to receive SOS signals from the northeastern corner of the search area. The signals were coming from the same frequency and format that would be found on a Gibson Girl transmitter, and that would have been the same kind of radio found on the life raft of Flight 7. Lieutenant Donald Lang, one of the pilots who ended up hearing the signal, stated to the paper at the time, "The SOS was followed by a series of numbers. I could not make out all of them clearly, but I do know definitely the last number was 4, and I think the second to last number was also 4. Pan Am Flight 7's tail number
90944.
was 90944. But despite this claim, the SOS calls were later labeled a false alarm from an unknown party, and no other reported emergencies were accounted for to explain this.
Okay, this is interesting.
Furthermore, on that same day, pilots had reported seeing a red flare and yellow dye marker around the area of where the plane had gone missing. But that's not the only thing that was found on the 10th. The Navy's radar had also picked up unidentified floating objects around 80 miles southwest of the last known location.
I mean, I'm like, UFOs? I'm like, okay, yeah, okay. Like, maybe, like, floating objects, like, from the plane.
Next day on the 11th, 10
I'm
more
like,
faint
fuck,
SOS
UFOs are
signals
here.
made their way to Opolu
Like,
Point
I'm not
in
expecting this
Hawaii.
to get
Transmissions
that
started
crazy.
at 1:32 p.m. on this particular day, but after 10 or so broadcasts, they stopped. While there wasn't much follow-up on this particular signal, the statement given by the Coast Guard soon after stated that this could have been someone testing emergency equipment and that they could have been sent from another part of the world. On November 14th, a pilot from Pan Am flying the same route between San Francisco and Honolulu had reported seeing an apparent 2x4 cylindrical object with a dye marker nearby, seen floating among the waves.
Okay.
The location was some 117 miles south of the plane's last reported position, and after dropping a flare and marker,
They didn't
the
find
Coast Guard
anything?
showed up to the location later that day. From here, the newspaper reported that the object was classified as, quote, unidentified debris. And while the search efforts had continued to get their hopes up for a single solid lead, the search would take a rather bizarre twist on that same day. Where over 90 miles north of the plane's last reported position, various bodies and other debris from the plane was found drifting in the ocean.
Oh, that's sad.
Over the course of 2 days, a total of 19 victims were pulled from the ocean, where 14
See, that's the currents just dragging them along.
didn't have shoes, and 3 of the watch
And Oh yeah, ooh, I have an interesting fact. A lot of the time on beaches, sometimes you see shoes dragged along. Um, Sometimes if you check the shoes and see what's inside them, you actually see feet. And so, I don't know if this is like an urban legend or rumor, but according to what I remember, a fact, a quote unquote fact, right, is that sometimes you just the bodies or the shoe that you pick up is part of a body that's somewhere in the ocean that ended up decomposing too much, and the shoe just boop, the leg part just boop got out of the body, and you just ended up getting like a part of a body that just like, I don't know, happened to pass away in the ocean area or somewhere along the way in like a lake that ended up going to the ocean and then like coming back to like the beach or something, which is kind of like a freaky fact, I feel. But fuck, that's sad. And a lot of times also like currents do pull off shoes and stuff and other clothing items off of victims, and some victims just sink all the way down, not at first but like later on, because of the pressure and the currents and stuff, and it's crazy. There's a lot of like math and stuff to like do, or not even math, there's a lot of concepts behind that, really, what I'm trying to say.
And of what remained of the plane, the debris consisted of charred bits of wreckage, mail, cushions, and other buoyant parts of the plane. And regarding the recovery efforts for the rest of the plane, given the depth of this part of the ocean, it was about 16,500 feet deep, and was deemed too deep to search or recover. Thus, the rest of the plane was left to the ocean. And despite many hints of other survivors, such as flares, dive markers, and SOS signals, the Navy commander ordered a halt on the rescue efforts, claiming that the passengers had met a swift and violent end. However, further examination of the bodies would show a different story. Additionally, the Navy commander offered no explanation as to why various parts of the plane were found to have been burned. With the Navy search coming to a close, the Civil Aeronautics Board was tasked further with investigating the reasoning behind this crash. And it's safe to say that when their report would finally be released over a year later, their findings would really only deepen the mystery.
The report. No, what the fuck's going on? Like,
it's hard to even know where to start when picking apart the many details given by the Civil Aeronautics Board and their investigation. And despite many pieces of evidence pointing one way, the report makes assumptions about the entire set of evidence which they don't have access to. And while the report fairly notes that they can't be certain what caused the plane to come down due to the available evidence, it still brings forth a number of new interesting details and theories. And one of these interesting details that was found among the people recovered in the water was that after a series of tests for toxic materials in their system, 14 of the 19 recovered bodies were noted to have had excessively high levels of carbon monoxide.
Does fire like cause that?
The validity of these test results is some sort of anomaly related to decomposition. And while possible, if true, this could have also meant that there was a potential fire aboard the flight.
Okay, that's what he thought.
The passengers that they found in the water had burn injuries, and of the items that remained as debris, none of the items had been burned below the water line. The CAB speculated that it was only possible that a fire could have broken out after the plane had landed. A rather hasty assumption given the fact that 98% of the wreck was still sitting at the bottom of the ocean. And furthermore, the same treatment is given to any discussion of sabotage. No traces of prohibited explosives or material were
Sounds
found.
super weird.
Just because something wasn't found doesn't necessarily mean that it was ruled out completely. Furthermore, the CAB explained that none of the items listed on the cargo manifests would have contributed to any fire after the crash. While a package of sodium sulfide was a part of the plane's cargo, the investigators found no trace of the substance and determined no correlation. Continuing on, the pilot and the purser's body were also recovered, and both of the bodies had bruises and abrasions on their thighs. This clue seemed to indicate that these two people were seated during impact. Additionally, one stewardess was found still strapped floating in her chair, making a total of 3 seated during impact. However, on the other hand, no such bruising was present on any of the other passengers, likely indicating that they were possibly walking around the cabin at the time of impact. But that being said, the CAB also noted that the various passengers were in relatively good condition, despite, being dead. But all things considered, the bodies lacked severe lacerations, and while scuffed up, bruised, and several of the victims contained fractures, this wasn't the cause of death for the majority of them. Only about 5 of the victims have been determined to have perished via physical injury.
Did they like all suffer like hysteria and they're like, we're gonna die?
Ultimately,
Like ended up murdering each other.
The impact.
That's like.
Although severe, it was not sufficiently great to cause a complete disintegration of the aircraft. And furthermore, in the report, they state, a fairly flat angle of impact is indicated by the nature of the damage to the recovered material, its location within the aircraft, and by the lack of severe mutilation of the bodies. The part of the aircraft from which the recovered wreckage came indicated breakage of the fuselage at about the same locations as has occurred on previous survivable ditchings of the same model aircraft. These circumstances suggest a nearly survivable ditching may have been accomplished. Given this conclusion, this paints the naval commander's statement that all of them died immediately in a far different light, given the fact that various signals were heard, the fact that the majority of the crew members were left, and the various flares and dye markers found.
Is this just like
may have indicated a slight chance that those people made it off in a life raft. But continuing on, regarding what actual.
This is an example of like maybe like superiors not paying attention to or not just like not abiding by what they should have done that, and now they're covering it up.
More interesting details was that the plane seems to have turned northwest. The CAB report even seems stumped by this and offers no explanation for why the plane would have turned away from their intended route. Had the ditching attempt been successful, the pilot was aware that November could aid in their situation.
Yeah.
So the fact that they chose
they would have turned around
seems to be out of ignorance or by force, as this would have only made rescuing them harder, as it wouldn't have been along their intended route. Now, when the report moves on to mention the plane's maintenance, the CAB notes several irregularities, such as a couple incidents where they had hard landings and forgot to do an inspection or two, but ultimately they end up claiming that it had nothing to do with this accident. But once again, it's hard to link any kind of irregularity if you don't even know what caused the plane to go down in the first place. Continuing on, however, the board would place the most likely blame for this particular incident on the plane's propeller. And while it was true that the Stratocruisers were known to have instances of the propeller causing engine failure or even detachment mid-flight, based on the track record of these accidents, the majority of the time they weren't deadly. We'll touch more on this later on in the video. And while a chain reaction could have been possible that would have cut the radios out, that's under the assumption that there was no distress call at all. Because perhaps one of the most disturbing paragraphs in this report was the following.
The board considered
it entirely possible that an emergency message might have been sent from the flight after the 104 position report, and that such message might not have been heard. Pursuing this possibility, the ARINC recording tapes for the frequency in which such message would be recorded were carefully examined. Initially, nothing was apparent. However, repeated playbacks of the tapes of the period following the 0104 position report disclosed previously unknown transmissions, which were extremely weak and subject to varied and conflicting interpretation.
Okay.
Now, the fact that this report mentions a possible tape that could have been recording a potential distress call, but due to differing opinions on what was on the tape, it was never included as potential evidence. And hereafter, this tape vanished from the public record, and no
what the
formal
fuck?
copy of it has ever been found.
Okay, yeah, they're definitely covering something up.
Seems very questionable, but we'll get back to this in a bit. Because to summarize this report, it doesn't seem to draw many conclusions, and the only points they seem to settle firmly on seem to be for the sake of saving face for Pan Am. While technically nothing could really be ruled out, they claimed sabotage was impossible. They claimed the fire had to have started after the crash. And regarding those maintenance records, let's just say those weren't properly investigated either. This is rather suspicious, but to add to the layers of our mystery here, something you should understand in the context of the CAB was that before this government agency was disbanded, essentially the same government agency tasked with managing the competition between the airlines was the same one that got to make the safety rules, as well as the same group responsible for investigating accidents. This was a recipe for conflict of interest, and even the advisor to FDR mentioned that consolidating these agencies might result in some cases where investigators would whitewash the reasoning behind a major accident. Now, as far as what details were known about the conflict of interest at this particular time, one mechanic at one of the 944 hearings had reportedly testified that he had overheard a CAB investigator and a Pan Am executive discussing where they were going to go to dinner that night and what time they were going to play golf the next morning. Pan Am benefited greatly from this situation remaining a mystery, lest further scrutiny and lawsuits come their way regarding the safety of their aircraft or the negligence of anyone from their company. If this was sabotage or an accidental fire, the question is then raised, why weren't there further safety precautions?
Exactly, like what the fuck?
If the accident was conclusively due to poor maintenance, the question is then, why was Pan Am not properly taking care of their aircraft? In either situation, a Pan Am would be left at the whim of an unsympathetic jury. But lucky for them, you would need to provide evidence of proper negligence. And that's pretty hard to do when the majority of the evidence has been left at the bottom of the ocean.
Exactly. And when you have like possession of it, no?
Interested in getting to the bottom of things, that wouldn't stop other details regarding this case to come out soon after.
Wait, are they still around? Hold up. Is Pan Am still around? Business. Key takeaways. Despite the closure of Pan Am Airline, the brand lives on in pop culture and fashion. ABC aired Pan Am, a fictionalized drama, featured the airline. Oh, interesting. So I guess this is what they're undoing?
Played a role in sabotaging the flight. Per the research of Greg Herkin and Ken Fortenberry, who both have personal ties to this particular mystery, as Ken Fortenberry's father was a navigator and Greg Herkin's 4th grade teacher was one of the flight attendants. So that being considered, after looking through various Pan Am records and interviewing various employees, they discovered quite a few interesting details regarding one of the pursers aboard Flight 7. That purser was Eugene Crosswaite, and by company records, he was reported to have been mentally unstable, written up multiple times for his strange behavior, apparently labeled as having a suicidal persecution complex.
Okay.
And as a resident of Santa Cruz, he was reported to have had issues with the police in his hometown, where they labeled him a psycho over the treatment of his stepdaughter. Now, he became a father due to his wife's previous marriage, and after his wife passed away 3 months before this flight, he had become resentful towards his daughter, where he reportedly blamed the death of his wife on his daughter. Crosswaite, by other accounts, resented the company.
So I guess this is just painting up their pictures, right, of the characters involved in this.
Their flights. And the morning that Pan Am Flight 7 was getting ready to take off, he had updated his will to disinherit his daughter, unless very specific criteria were met, and left it in the glove box of his car before getting onto the plane. After interviewing various relatives, Crosswaite's father-in-law had recalled him showing a handful of blasting powder several days before the flight. And on the week before his flight, he had reportedly spent the previous week spending long hours in the basement of his relative's house. With this new lead, they searched far and wide around his property, but never ended up finding the source of this powder after the crash. And even Crosswaite's daughter had testified to the police that she believed that Crosswaite had taken down the plane, as he was, quote, too chicken to go alone. Now, obviously, none of these details made it into the report.
Yeah.
However, that being said, Crosswaite's case isn't the only red flag among passengers of Flight 7. Because when it came to the earlier days of commercial aviation, there were multiple instances of people purchasing large insurance policies and then sabotaging the plane to collect the money. A man by the name of John Gilbert Graham placed an explosive into his mother's suitcase after he had purchased a life insurance.
I wonder how many of these sort of like loopholes are like fixed, and how many are it? Cause like fuck, imagine like.
Ended up getting caught was because the wreckage was able to be fully recovered and recovered quickly. As in the case of John Gilbert Graham, there was a strong explosion.
Imagine just being like, yeah, guys, my insurance, or not, yeah, guys, like, imagine just like, all of a sudden, like, I go on an airplane, right, and I'm like, time to collect my fucking, I don't know, whatever warranty I have on myself, I don't know, life warranty. Life insurance, I guess. And like I fucking rig the plane so it crashes and I go missing, right? Like that would make fucking headlines everywhere nowadays, because like I feel like that isn't super easy to do anymore. But like, is this gonna be like a case or like maybe somebody like, because like there's so much of interest here.
Time that the plane was over the St. Lawrence River. Had the plane been sabotaged at the correct time, collecting forensic evidence at the time would have been much harder. But what Guy didn't anticipate was the fact that the flight was delayed by 5 minutes.
Like, to bring down a lot of people with you, that's like weird.
So given this recent history, it was worth considering that the total amount of insurance bought for all of the passengers in this flight. And that was a total of $235,000.
Yeah, that's not much.
And one passenger had an abnormally high amount of insurance. One of the tickets sold to a passenger on Flight 7 belonged to a man by the name of William Harrison Payne. And some of the details surrounding Payne would come out to the newspapers over a year later.
Sabotage hinted.
The insurance company had gone to the press offering their own investigation, and they were refusing to pay out one of the policies that they had for William Payne. Because when they had investigated Payne, they found his story to be somewhat suspicious. According to his official story, Payne was going to Hawaii to collect money owed to him from a long overdue debt. The wife refused to disclose the amount of debt that was owed to William Payne. She also refused to provide the name of the debtor, and he only bought a one-way ticket. On top of that, the investigator looked at the call
definitely is
and showed that he made
quite a
from
fucking
Hawaii.
fake story.
He was not known to have had any acquaintances from Hawaii. And looking at the family's bank account, it showed that they were on the brink of bankruptcy. The family's bank account for the month of October went from $631 with an ending balance of $18.49. And on
I don't have $30 in my bank account. Am I gonna go bankrupt? Okay, that's kind of funny. That's like a fact that's just like nobody needs to know. It's kind of funny. They're talking about bank accounts and stuff.
And the second check, totaling $437.40,
This is so weird.
Fire insurance on their lodge for a year.
Fire insurance.
William Harrison Payne didn't have one, not two, not three, but 4 life insurance policies that would have covered his trip. The first 2 were travel policies that were insured from separate companies for a total of $125,000. Another was from a private insurance company by the name of Western Life Insurance. This policy was $10,000 and would double to $20,000 in case of an accidental death. And his 4th policy that he carried came in the form of a National Service Life policy, which was valued at $10,000, and this was GI insurance from the government. All in all, the total payout to his wife, should he pass away, would have been $155,000.
I mean,
that would be around $1.5 million.
Oh shit, that's right! I forgot inflation was a thing. Holy shit, that's quite a lot.
Life situation. For 22 years, he had been a Navy seaman, a demolition expert. He was honorably discharged from the Navy. However, he then began working as an operator of an inn called the Roxbury Lodge in Scottsbar, California. Due to this lodge, Payne was in overwhelming amounts of debt, and he was continuing to lose more and more money as a result of this occupation. The previous lodge owner had sold it to Payne as they weren't able to turn a profit on it anymore.
Turning on my phone because this one takes forever to turn on.
He had hoped to turn the operation around back into a profitable business from various mining operations. And while these ultimately proved unsuccessful as the money was continuing to dry up, forcing him into far more debt, this led to other money-making schemes from Payne as he had recently gotten in trouble with the law. A year prior, he had set up an illegal toll booth on a public road near his lodge. Then, after being threatened with arrest should he not stop, he blew up and bulldozed 1.6 miles of the road. It wouldn't be until 3 weeks before his flight to Honolulu that Payne had also been hit with an additional fine for $550 for his crimes a year prior. And while you might expect the widow to be grieving, 7 months after Flight 7 disappeared, Harriet Payne, William Payne's wife, took a trip to Tijuana and got married to their neighbor. 2 days after, while the couple was on their honeymoon, the Roxbury Lodge had burned to the ground. If you recall,
that's kind of funny. Like, it's sad. What the fuck?
The same day he bought that ticket. The insurance company expected arson and wanted to investigate further. It was at this point that Harriet Payne would go on to file a lawsuit, forcing them to settle the particular case. Harriet Payne would also go on to sue the Western Life Insurance Company as well for not paying out the $20,000. After the judge was presented with 2 testimonies, that of the mother of William Payne, who claimed she saw him walk up the stairs that morning, and a written statement from a Pan Am counteragent who claimed that he had checked in William Payne that morning, and a subsequent head count showed that all the passengers were on board that morning, the judge then quickly scolded the insurance firm, despite them not getting to present much of their case. Now, given the parents' testimony claiming that they both saw him go off that day, this would mean that the following is also true. Payne took his newly born daughter on a car ride from Roxbury Lodge to Stockton, California, the days before. Then on the day of the flight, Payne, his parents, and his daughter all made their way back to San Francisco the morning of. And if this is true, that means that Payne left his daughter in his mother's care to see an unknown someone, to collect an unknown debt, and would return at an unknown date. All while
Yeah.
having no money, 2 bad checks ready to bounce, and a house is about to be foreclosed on.
It's kind of weird.
That being said, though, William Payne's body was
It's
never
like,
found. Payne
it's like, yeah, no, it's kind of like a modern scam, I guess. Like going to meet somebody that you've never met to settle a debt that like you never knew you had. Is that? Am I getting the case right so far? I feel like hopefully I'm not getting confused or anything like that. It's like this is taking quite a lot of turns. I'm like about to go through whiplash. I feel. But like for reals though, it kind of is like that. I feel. Like, cause like nowadays it's like, you want to sign up to this website for like student loan debt that you don't have, but that we're gonna give you because we're gonna steal your account details and you owe us debt. It's kind of like that nowadays. Except I feel like everybody's a little smarter, and obviously doesn't click on links.
after the lodge had burned down. In total, Harriet Payne would collect about $231,000 from the death of her husband.
That's quite a lot.
When calculated for inflation,
That's
about
like 2 million.
Naturally, you have to ask if Harriet Payne agreed that the purpose of her husband's trip to Honolulu
Ooh, she was rich.
collected debt, but would not disclose the amount or who it was coming from. You might stop for a moment to think what she really meant by that. And if William Payne had anything to do with Flight 7 going missing, it might be worth asking if the flight was sabotaged in a different way.
It's like obviously like under like one individual. How can like the wife just like sabotage a plane? Like that's a little. It's like there's so much inconsistency.
I think
Like one individual, really?
Picture issues about the romance of the skies. And per the research of Greg Herkin and Ken Fortenberry again, one of the things they uncovered in their search for more info was further evidence of collusion between the CAB and Pan Am. Previous inspections on the aircraft in the weeks prior showed that one of 944's engines had experienced constant fluctuation in oil pressure, leaks from the turbochargers, and persistent cooling problems. And at the time, Pan Am was getting a bit in over their head with these Boeing 377s. While luxurious, and they may have been the pinnacle of air travel in the day, the aircraft was continuing to cost the airline more and more money, and this short-lived model of plane was well on its way to getting a replacement that would be more cost-efficient. Rather than take a loss in the interim, though, this meant that Pan Am had to cut corners in less ethical areas, such as cutting inspection staff and having mechanics sign off on their own work rather than a supervisor. And when it came to the hearings at the CAB regarding Flight 7, a union representative for the fleets at San Francisco claimed that there had been a drastic curtailment of inspection personnel, so much so that he cited it to a dangerous level. And perhaps the worst part about all of this was that Pan Am had used their influence to change the wording in the CAB's report, where the attorney for Pan Am
that
had
makes
written to
sense.
the CAB that he hoped to withhold the maintenance report from the public. And in the final report, we see no mention of the aforementioned.
Yeah.
Now, given the fact that poor maintenance may have played a role in this mystery, it's worth considering the consequences of a propeller-related malfunction that may have led to an engine failure, as this is one of the main theories regarding this mystery. And like I mentioned earlier, this is perhaps one of the most well-documented problems with the Boeing 377. And while it may have been possible that the engine detaching or a propeller losing control would definitely have caused some problems...
Are these like actual articles he's just showing? Hold up. Boeing Model 377 Strat Cruiser propeller woes. Boeing 337 Strat Cruiser. Is it Boeing woes? Oh no, propeller woes. Oh shit! Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm just checking, just in case, like, I don't know. Because like, you know, you can't always trust information presented sometimes, depending on which sources you have. I'm not saying that I didn't trust him here. Just saying, like, it's like usually, at least from like channels that I've seen, they cite like the text actually from like the article. They don't just show it off like this, right? It's a different way, I guess, to like represent where you're getting your information from and what information is being displayed.
It's called survivorship bias. Only the person who made it back alive could tell you what went wrong, and this skews your perception of reality as you make assumptions about what you do not know. And this also happened with planes during World War II. And taking a look at this photo, you might notice something. While the US military thought at the time that the most shot areas needed more armor, the reality of what this photo is showing you is that the planes that made it back didn't get shot in the most vital area. And that being said, in the limited discussions I've found on this particular topic, nearly everyone writes off the majority of this story and just focuses on the propeller problem. So let's peel back some of that context and figure out just how deadly and unsafe the Stratocruiser actually was. On January 24th, 1950, a Stratocruiser en route to Japan lost its number 4 engine, but still managed to land safely. And a similar thing happened to another Stratocruiser the
Like,
next
that's
day.
still freaking
They
crazy.
also managed to land safely. In 1951, a Stratocruiser en route to an airport in New York City landed safely.
It's like, imagine if like Amazon wanted to like find a way to cut corners to like get more technology in their like, I don't know, like factories or whatever they have, warehouses. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. And they just like set the fucking place on fire. And like before they did that, they were like, oh yeah, we're firing all the managers and everybody that's like checking for security. It's like it's kind of like that, I feel.
This was actually Pan Am Flight 6.
Although obviously like my example is like not real.
The flight was returning to San Francisco.
That'd be like really dramatic and crazy if that actually happened.
Number 1 engine oversped right around the location of Ocean Station, November, and the pilot managed to stay in the air till daybreak and then ditch the plane, and all 31 people survived. They even got the entire situation on camera. Nearly every instance of
Nice.
this
Oh yeah, that's like ancient.
wasn't deadly, and the only single verified instance we know of, without a shadow of a doubt,
It's crazy that
was
cameras
deadly,
were
was
like
in 1955, where the number
like
3
that.
engine
They just
propeller
like
tore loose off the
caught
wing
so
of
much
the
detail
777
still
after
back
this
then,
failure.
like in the
The pilot still
whenever
managed
that
the planes
accident
to
occurred.
control and ditch, resulting in only 4 casualties, while the other 19 survived. These never resulted in a loss of radio communication, and in
Yeah.
each case there was a distress call. And on top of that, there was no fire damage after the fact. So survivorship bias aside, this propeller problem was largely not a death sentence. And while this problem is cited in one of the worst accidents ever attributed to a 377, let's take a look at what actually happened.
Ooh, nice. I just want to say como peixe, which means I eat fish in Portuguese. In Portuguese. Shit, in Portuguese. So yeah.
One particular case in
April 29th,
1942 made this problem infamous, where a 377 en route from Rio de Janeiro to the port of Spain had some circumstances that were eerily similar to Flight 7. 1 minute, everything seemed fine.
And then like no radio.
The plane had failed to make its next position report. There was no distress call. Then, after going missing with a massive search effort for several days, they found that the plane had completely disintegrated over what was at the time a dense and
What the fuck?
part of the Amazon jungle, where shortly after,
Or like just like disappeared.
story, where the U.S.
What you're
Air
trying to
Force
say.
had a comment stating, photographs of the plane and the disposition of the bodies had indicated that the plane had exploded. Additionally, another report 19 days after this came out in the newspaper stating, the CAB
What the
officials said
fuck?
their field investigators have determined the wreckage was too widely scattered for the plane to have crashed from engine failure, pointing to the possibility that the tragedy resulted from a mid-air explosion. Shortly after this
Whoa,
plane went
that's
down,
crazy.
a rival expedition funded by the former governor of Sao Paulo, Ademar Pereira de Barros, used paratroopers
Nice
to
pronunciation.
drop the scene a few days after the
Ademar,
plane had
because
been
I'd say at least how I'd say it.
And
Again, it is like
expedition
obviously like off track, right? I'd say Ademar Pereira de Barros.
Ademar Pereira de Barros used paratroopers to drop to the scene a few days after the plane had been located.
Barros sounds like Baron.
And this rogue expedition, funded by a politician, had beat the main search party to the location, where they soon found that they had ransacked the site. And this was particularly interesting because there were other reports at the time from the Brazilian government's own newspaper had stated that $200,000 in currency, 500 grams of aquamarines, and other things like
Ooh,
diamonds
that's
were found on the
interesting.
plane.
Like to blow it all up.
Built between the two search parties, the expedition later turned to a matter of survival, as the unofficial group had not packed enough supplies, and they began to steal supplies from the official search party. After the main search party became strained of resources, the main search party decided to abandon their efforts and leave the other rival search party to the elements. At this point, only a handful of the unofficial group still remained, and they decided to take 2 members of the official investigation hostage. And while the situation was later de-escalated and everyone was rescued, it wouldn't be until 2.5 months later that they would actually conduct a proper investigation. And looking through this final report, they do a complete 180 and throw out all previous mentions of sabotage. And the report
That whole story reminds me of what is that fucking book called? Lord of the Flies or something?
And the only evidence they had to support this theory of this propeller
Like straight up
was that the number 2 propeller and its engine were not found with the other pieces of wreckage.
Don't they like wreck too?
Also found on the plane. That's really the only evidence they had to come up
Wow.
with. Moreover, what's particularly interesting about this plane is that it was noted to have very little signs of collision damage.
Hold up. I remember from Lord of the Flies, like the kids just land and they're like the only survivors, right? Synopsis. Lord of the Flies is a 1954 film, stranded on an uninhabited island under distress. Disaster system to govern themselves. Yeah, that all that just reminds me of Lord of the Flies.
Crashed, where the investigation deduces that the plane's disintegration was more
Holy
so a
hell.
result of something that happened in the air. But thereafter, they failed to come up with any logical explanation for why that happened. And looking through their various reasoning for why it could not have been sabotage, it's hardly convincing, as the investigation tried to argue that the plane had disintegrated without exploding. And while they note no relative distortion of the fuselage, once again, this is a case of them speculating on evidence they don't have access to. Because given how little remained of the plane's center fuselage from a subsequent
It's like a few minutes left.
this isn't conclusively ruled out. And in their words, not mine, any evidence of an explosion could have been obliterated by a subsequent fire. And their second point of
That's like reaching. I feel it's like, yeah, it could have blown up and then a fire came. Like,
it should have separated the plane
I mean,
far from the fuselage.
an explosion does have fire, or sometimes, but like, usually, you know, enough like is scattered around. Ooh.
And the fact that every other instance of this propeller failing resulted in a distress call, but in this particular instance they explain that away, saying
And I like how this case contrasts the other case too.
or that some kind of language barrier would have prevented them from sending an SOS. But clearly the radio worked perfectly fine when they gave their positional report. And while I could spend a lot more time picking apart this particular report, ultimately, if you're going to argue that the plane disintegrated without exploding, all while doubling back on your original statement, you'd expect some heavy evidence in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
That's not what happens. And especially when you consider the bizarre circumstances.
It's just like, yeah, he just turned into a phoenix, just like disappeared out of existence.
And while they fail to establish any reason for structural disintegration,
That's like so
ultimately they
interesting.
leave it as, we don't know, but it definitely was not sabotage. And perhaps the most questionable piece of evidence with this entire thing, a man by the name of Jorge de Godoy. Now, Godoy, one of the passengers on Pan Am Flight 202, was the Attorney General to Brazil, and reportedly there had already been multiple attempts to assassinate him.
Whoa.
A search of his desk showed something incredibly interesting. It was an unopened cablegram that was sent to him days before, but he had not opened it. When they read the message that was left on his desk, it was a warning sent to him by U.S. officials, warning him not to travel by plane. Rather suspicious.
Ooh, okay, that's very interesting.
Ademar Perea as a political arch nemesis to Godoy.
That is very interesting. Yeah, okay, it was a cover-up. Nice. Getting this confirmed through the titles. Ooh, that's scary. Oh, God.
Now that we have a full context on this propeller problem,
Yeah.
there's one final piece of evidence that I wanted to show you in regards to Pan Am Flight 7, because the fact that this was left out of the final report is incredibly concerning, as it paints a far different picture regarding the crash and the people investigating it. Because one of the final documents that was found by the two previously mentioned men, Ken Fortenberry and Greg Herkin, was the detail so damning it showed that the CAB had completely covered up crucial pieces of evidence for the sake of saving face for Pan Am. this doesn't fully solve the mystery, but if you recall that tape I mentioned in the accident report containing an SOS
It's
message,
disappeared now
they mentioned that
because like they
different
covered it
versions
up or
were on the
something.
tape, they didn't include it in the evidence. That mystery tape was partially found in 2014, but it wasn't
Where?
the tape itself. That's still missing. It's the transcript of the tape. And in regards to the original investigation,
Attention all
into Pan Am
stations.
Flight
Oh fuck,
7,
let's read that. Let's read that. Is that like important? It says SO219 special number and flyer, also understood as number on fire. Attention all stations, Pan American Air, verification channel bearing 11, still have one tank full, I'm ditching flight. CQ, Syracuse, New York. J arm is missing tail, voice different than position report. Did you chart me? Inaudible, special position, same voice as position report. Fuel control -3 4 5 6 02 fuel flow, 02 fuel flow. Coordinate, 2 voices speaking excitedly. What about 3 engine? Excitedly? What the fuck?
And in regards to the original investigation into Pan Am Flight 7, when they were going over their radio transmissions, they managed to hear a faint distress call over the radio. And while they concluded there was a message on it, they couldn't decipher the specifics. That much is true. And it was originally written off. However, 2 audio engineers from the Dictaphone Corporation had later volunteered to review the tape.
And that's it. Audio engineers are important. I feel like they have like one application in here.
Independently verified by 4 different witnesses. Keep in mind the words in this
And then
paper
like comes in an actual audio engineer into my chat. What the fuck did you say?
292 special number and flyer, also understood as number on fire. Attention all stations Pan American Air. Verification channel bearing 11. Still have 1 tank full, am ditching flight. CQ, Syracuse, New York. J arm tail is missing. Then a new voice.
This almost sounds like a poem. That's how crazy this is.
Followed by some unaudible words and then special position. Then it would go back to the original voice.
I feel like, did you chart me? Inaudible, special position. That's like me talking. It's like, half of it is like a guess because it says I mumble. The other half is just like the mic just being back.
First off, the context of the script is open for interpretation.
Even though it's not a bad mic.
My thoughts on this transcript, I would also like to hear what you guys have to say as well. Now, the second thing about this transmission is that it was over an open microphone at around 7.5 minutes after the final position report, placing this around 1:11 to 1:12 at GMT. And the final thing we need to consider is that the transmission may or may not cut out, as the only context that they could decipher from this particular transcript was that it happened after 7.5 minutes. And to explain what I mean, for this first part with SO, I would presume that would be a cutoff part of an SOS. And then after that, 292 special would be presumed to be 292 special position, as he states this later in the transcript, and 292 would likely be the first digits of their northern coordinate. Then the transmission resumed with number on fire, as I think this might make the most sense given the CO2 found in the bodies later on.
This guy should really go into research, I swear.
11 seems to be in reference to the fact that they were heading northeast. A couple more lines down from
Like,
there,
imagine him like
CQ,
being like the next
radio call.
Einstein.
However, I'm not entirely sure why they would
He's
direct
like,
that at Syracuse, New York.
according to the physics
Then the next
papers,
line,
it's just
J
like,
arm is missing a tail. Now, if
you
parts
know,
of their tail are
'cause he has
actually
such good
missing, it
analysis
would
of it.
drastically reduce the pilot's control over the plane and would likely cause a crash soon after. Looking at various flight simulators for when this happens, you can see how drastic something like this would be. However, it's also worth considering that if
forgot.
something
How there's
causes flight
simulators
to
too.
take a drastic turn to the right.
Like,
must
I
say
feel like
that the
simulators aren't to be
speculation
super
about
trusted
what
because they can have like
particular cause, given the
odd
various signals found later on.
things.
And on the other hand,
Like
this
that.
particular phrase could be a part of a cut-out transmission, or it could have been misheard by the interpreters. Now, in regards to the last lines and their mention of fuel control and zero,
I feel like if this voice transcript was still around today, somebody would have definitely deciphered it by now using some sort of like audio algorithm to like, I don't know, get a crisper, I don't know, transmission or something, or transcript. There we go. That's the word. Transmission. Like for reals. All this is kind of shady.
This last phrase is also incredibly mysterious. And this last statement could hint at a range of things. It could be as big as them noticing a sudden problem with that engine, or as little as them simply communicating to each other regarding their controls. But on that note, if they were having problems with number 3 engine, whatever had happened to cause them to ditch had already happened prior to them making this distress call. And we know the plane would impact with the water at around 1:27 GMT, around 13.5 minutes after this initial conversation took place. So as to why this would be the crew's last recorded transmission, that is also a mystery. And while ultimately this gives us a pretty clear timeline, the nature of what this emergency was and how it happened is still anything but clear. And in conclusion, whatever the fate of Flight 7 may be, I must say it's one of those mysteries that will remain unsolved until there is some easy way to scan the bottom of the ocean to get our answer.
Yeah,
Assuming
the ocean's
after all
super
these
deep.
years, it may be a
As of now, you can't really like use submarines because I feel like those are kind of like held for like certain biologists, I guess, and they're more applied towards like military too, and they wouldn't just be like, yeah, sure, take them in the fucking submarine and explore.
Purser and William Payne. But whatever the case may be, perhaps one of the most eye-opening things about air crash investigations at this time, it seemed that nobody was fully interested in investigating this crash beyond the surface level. And the people whose job was to investigate this barely lifted a finger beyond blaming a known issue without much evidence. And it's particularly...
And this is like really saddening too.
Their initial assessment, they went as far as to cover it up and push it to the side. And I want you to keep in mind the people who have kept this mystery alive over the years are people with personal connections to this mystery. One of the main sources which I've referenced through and throughout this video is Ken Fortenberry, and his book Flight 7 is Missing: The Search for My Father's Killer. And given the fact that his search for answers have spanned his entire life, I can only imagine how downright frustrating it must have been to have had at least portions of this mystery gate-kept for so many years. While Ken writes in his book that he believed that Eugene Crosswaite, the purser, was behind this incident after speaking to his stepdaughter decades later, particularly about his mental state, there's still a strong case to be made for someone like William Payne, or a number of other mechanical issues, or even a freak accident. Well, as always, I'd love to know what you guys think about this entire
And that's the issue with a lot of these like open-ended like mysteries, right? There's a lot of factors that could have gone in. You know, nowadays, if something like this happened, it would have been like, oh, there was a terrorist on board or something dumb like that. Of course, this is a whole different situation, but I feel like they would have thought about that first, and they probably did think about that, thinking about it now. Anyways, after this, I have, oh wow, it actually did reach 11. Nice. Because I was like thinking like, what's next? I've been like for 3 hours. Usually I do till like 12 a.m. So if anybody has any recommendations as to what I should do, because like I have the JCS one, but it has like music, and I'm like, you're the devil in disguise. Yeah, it has all this stuff, and I'm pretty sure if I continue playing that, I'm gonna get like copyright struck or something dumb like that. And like the last thing I need is like people not to be able to view the stream, or maybe have like a little cut section to the stream. Because this is the point of the scary streams, just for people to watch for like a temporary amount of time, and then maybe next year they can see it again. Because that's what I'm doing, at least with the streams during October. I'm uploading them next year, and then the streams that I had last year, I'm uploading them this year. That way it could be kind of fresh. Also, going on that, so hold up, let's see, is there anything else? And before I move on, it's like a barely sociable. If there's anything else, I have a feeling there is one more thing. Oh yeah, I've never watched this one. Get rid of this. Let's watch one more, and then we'll see what happens next. So this face in the background.
Today's video.
So in my new scary stream video, well, not new, but like my old upload of the scary stream video has already been up on my channel. I'm gonna refine the purpose probably because it's super fucking long, that I put in the description. And also I didn't upload it yesterday on time because YouTube just glitched out and was like aborted operation, and I'm like, really? So it uploaded today. One's gonna go live tomorrow, and then there's gonna be one on Wednesday, Saturday, then Sunday, and then the next Saturday after that Sunday, and on and on and on, and then it'll follow a pattern, I think. I'm like every 3 days and then 2 days and stuff like that. So if you all are interested in watching series streams, more with the ghost side of things though, maybe check them out. But like some of them, at least the first few won't be like up to like par, I think. I don't know. It's like they're a little like, there's a time when like my camera used to be like a little blurrier. Say that. And maybe my commentary a little less robust. Even though my commentary, in my opinion, still isn't up to like what I want it to be.
What would you guess?
Age and gender? Was he about to reveal something?
The most popular demographic on
Oh, you this is real. You can actually like check on a YouTube channel, if you own one, like what your demographic is, and that's kind of freaky.
my channel is 25 to 30.
It's like, I don't know. I'm a guy that just likes to keep everything private, and like I wouldn't want to know
Well,
much about everybody.
Loss Association, 2 out of 3 guys will experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they're 35. In the quarter of that same
Huh?
year, you'll see that
I'm just kidding.
at around 21. But that being said, there's no need to stress.
Fuck, I'm going bald.
With Keeps, you can be treated for hair loss online from the comfort of your own home, with direct access to a
Okay.
the less to
I like this guy.
Now, it's been a while since we've covered any creepy media across my YouTube channels, and the reason that I rarely cover this kind of
Oh, wait, is this creepy stuff?
of these home films or home VHS tapes that are found by the internet to be creepy, most of the time.
Oh fuck! I did this crime.
Home video taken out of
Cause
context.
here's the
I can't really say that about
how I lost FBI tape. Cause that was like on the FBI.
this topic that we are going to be taking a look at, because this.
Well, whatever. I guess it's kind of like.
It really boggles my mind that this can just.
I don't know. I guess it's more off topic then.
And at the time of me writing the script for this video, this random upload has only about 50 views, and no Reddit threads or any other websites have picked up on this internet mystery yet. And while normally I'd be incredibly skeptical at any random creepy videos that appear uploaded on these pretenses, I'll explain to you first.
Yeah, cause there's the
And I will say that this
paranormal buddies. I forget what they're called, and they're like fake. They're like, oh, you were uploaded back in 2005 on YouTube, and that's like false.
Recently, he reached out to me on Twitter asking me what I thought about.
That's an example that I'm giving. That's actually
YouTube. And the upload he linked me to was uploaded to a channel by the name of Dr. Rip VHS. Now, I will say I get sent a bunch of creepy videos all the time. Much of them are just half-assed attempts at being ARGs that they want me to cover.
Yep.
But this was different, as the uploader is a
most
person who collects
ghost stuff is an ARG.
And with looking at this guy's content, this guy seems to be a legitimate collector with a provable backlog. And when I realized,
If not, it's just an alternate reality.
This guy was asking for help identifying the tape in his description. And after going through this film incredibly carefully,
In my
I was
opinion, though.
actually able to piece
I'm not
together
just
clues from the video
stating that.
itself to solve this one. And I must say,
Because like, you know, different people have different thoughts. Different people are like spiritual, religious, and all that. I don't want to like, I don't know, alienate them completely. Like, I just want to get my point.
The VHS is titled Jerry Hill 199M, New York 252958. This was due to the given handwritten label on the VHS itself. The runtime is 8 minutes and 51 seconds, and the disturbing portion of this film can be seen written over parts of a 1988 television show called Camera Infragante.
Camera?
The tape has no sound.
Wait up.
And after 21
What did he say?
over parts of a 1988 television show called Camera Infragante.
He's pronouncing that word really badly, and I'm like, huh?
And after 21 seconds, we are greeted with a
Well, not
title
super
at the
badly,
bottom
but
of
like,
the tape
I don't
reading,
understand it.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Here the camera shows 3 VHS tapes laid across the camouflage mat, where the camera pans in to show us a newspaper clipping. Around 38 seconds.
This is making me uncomfortable.
Man charged with spraying irritants in Disneyland. Not much else is visible throughout the duration of the segment. And after zooming back and forth, the video cuts to a change in the title at the bottom. Dead Guest, it reads. All all older photographs, seeming to indicate to the viewer that these people have passed away.
Is that a picture of Ulysses as Scrap? Hold on. Hold up. Wait, no, that's not him, right? Ulysses as Scrap. Okay, I'm like going fucking stupid. Yeah, okay. Kinda looks like him, I don't know. Yeah, kind of. Like, obviously that's a little different. He has like a beard. This guy doesn't have a beard. An American general or something. Or a soldier.
The camera lingers for some time until 2 minutes in, when the screen cuts to black and it reads, quote, nerve gas. Until 2 minutes and 25 seconds, the phrase continues, made easy.
Okay.
Just 10 seconds later, the video continues to greet the
It's
viewer
not
with
good.
various things spread across the same camouflage mat. First is various chemicals, a pair of tongs, a clock pointing to 9
This is
p.m.
educational Twitch, by the way.
And lastly,
This is not meant to show any way to do any crimes. I swear to God, we're just watching this video just to understand why it was made. This is all freaky, not gonna lie.
At 2 minutes and 54 seconds, a hand with rubber gloves appears to pour some of the liquid.
It's water in there. I
It's
swear.
a clear substance,
Yeah, it's water.
and later the figure would open up a metal container to reveal another bottle of chemicals inside.
Please don't be blood. If I go down permanently. Maybe you'll all see me like stream on like YouTube or something. Okay, that's a chemical. It's just jam. It's jam and apricot juice or something. So all this gets me so paranoid. Like that's like the
Thereafter,
channel, right?
The
So
figure
I don't want
continues
anything.
over to the calendar.
Is
And
that
we
like
see a
Saw?
clear date. April 14th, 1995. And when paired with the clock, it seems to indicate the time of 9 p.m. on that date. We're at 4 minutes and 56 seconds. The camera then cuts to the phrase, dead guest, again. And throughout the rest of the video, it shows various other chemicals. Some in a freezer, where the figure would continue to show them off to the camera. Until at 6 minutes, it would show a cutaway to an undisclosed street.
What the fuck?
And just like that, the tape would cut back to the TV show.
The FBI tape? This feels like something like a 15-year-old made in a fucking... I'm just kidding, not a 15-year. I don't know, college student did just to scare like the teachers or something and be like, oh look teacher, I'm a film student, look at me fucking going just like just like weird chemicals. Ooh.
Now, that video is pretty cryptic, and while you might assume that the VHS title might yield some results regarding who made the film, not a single result comes up on Google pertaining to this name. However, on the other hand, the label on the tape seems to follow the FBI's Central Records System format, which, in case you are unfamiliar with how the FBI classifies its documents, here's a brief overview. The first digits on the FBI's record-keeping system classifies the investigation. The second code is what office the file originated from, and the third is the unique file number. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the M is in this case. However, if we look up the code 199 in the FBI's classification guidebook, you'll see that the code is related to foreign counterintelligence. And
terrorism, yeah, that adds up.
Counterintelligence, and YouTube really doesn't like this word, but I'll let you read it yourself. So to summarize, this tape is related to counterintelligence, the file originates from the New York office, and the case ID is the following.
Am I about to be October?
Dr. Rip.
Oh my god.
Was found at a Goodwill in Portland, Oregon. So let's next address the name found on the tape. While I have to admit the name Jerry Hill is a rather common name,
yeah.
It also appears to have been a FBI special agent acting around the 90s under this same name. According to newspapers, in the late 90s, he was located in Nevada, and the last
all interesting though.
Referencing the special agent came
people just dig this up,
where the newspaper lists him as a special agent of the Portland FBI. If he retired from this point afterwards,
I wonder if he gets part of his research off of like other people, like kind of like do ghost research for him or whatever.
Starting off, if you recall the newspaper clipping from the start of the video, the original article is dated April 1st, 1995. Where this article discussed a man who released a noxious substance at Disneyland that got 33 people sick. When you see this paired with the phrase "good boy," it seems like the guy was cheering on another attack. And when you pair the phrase "dead guest" and the further mention of nerve gas, this seems to be a video of someone threatening the park's visitors. Because in case you are unfamiliar with nerve gas, even the slightest exposure to the substance can be lethal, as it causes respiratory paralysis.
Shit.
Or in other words, it just causes you to stop breathing. And what makes this video so...
I thought it just made you go numb.
Research for the date responsible for this particular incident. That being the date shown on the calendar, because if you search back in news archives for April 14th, 1995, Disneyland had received a VHS tape to the park's security office on a day prior, April 13th. And according to an article from the Los Angeles Times, Disneyland spokesman Tom Brocato said Saturday that the park's security office had received a threat on April 13th in a letter and videotape that showed a man wearing rubber gloves and mixing chemicals. U.S. authorities were immediately notified, according to Disneyland officials. Stern said the anonymous threat implied that a gas...
This stream is going offline after this video. Thank God I recorded everything. I mean...
in Tokyo in March could be expected at the Orange County Park. Now, that this videotape that was received to Disney on April 13th,
but this may not be the real one, right? It may just be like a recreation. Okay, good.
Place. But I think it's worth explaining the full story behind this tape as a whole, because while it may be true that this was technically a hoax, there's a lot more context here that's worth considering. And there's even more evidence to suggest that the tape that we just saw was the same one received to Disney that day.
Shut up.
The full story regarding this tape begins with one of the most infamous cults in existence.
Oh.
Or Supreme Truth.
Didn't this cult like try to use anthrax or something?
Similar to the sarin nerve agent in a Tokyo subway on March 20th, 1995. This event would prompt law enforcement around the world to take action regarding this cult, as their presence became an ever-growing threat to the general public. A couple weeks later, at the start of April in 1995, Japanese law enforcement then notified U.S. authorities that two self-proclaimed cult members had been en route to Los Angeles International Airport. When the cult members arrived at LAX, they arrived a week before Easter. Several sources noted that they were stopped and questioned. However, whatever happened at this point isn't fully clear, as the FBI would not give information involving an ongoing investigation. Some reporting on the subject states that two Japanese men were detained for questioning, but where details seem to conflict regarding the reports is whether or not the men were released thereafter and what criminal evidence they actually found that day. On one hand, the Baltimore Sun had initially reported that when the two Japanese men were detained there, they were found to have had written instructions on how to make sarin and a VHS tape where 3 dates were circled on the calendar on that tape, with the dates April 14th, 15th, and 16th, as well as 9 p.m. written on each of those days in the calendar, and that their planned target was Disneyland. But it's also worth pointing out that this report seems to conflict with another report given by a Japanese official. A Japanese Foreign Ministry spokesman said that authorities at the airport found that the two men had in their possession printed material related to sarin, the nerve agent used in the Tokyo attack. Under questioning, the men said that their purpose was to get information from chemists there on how chemical substances related to sarin could be used for pesticides, the Japanese spokesman said. U.S. authorities at the airport accepted the men's explanation. The Foreign Ministry spokesman said, adding that nothing criminal was found, and supposedly thereafter the two cult members were released. Now, like I said, it's hard to say what exactly happened here on this particular day, and it's also worth pointing out that the DOJ spokesman completely refuted that anybody was questioned at all, and he also refused to comment about anything regarding a videotape. But what is consistent among the reporting hereafter, it's that every source states that they have no clue as to the whereabouts of the cult members after their questioning. And just days after these men were questioned, that's when Disneyland received this anonymous threat to their security office. And as you can imagine, given the full context of what I've shared with you, this threat was not taken lightly. So much so, even the President of the United States, President Clinton at the time, ended up commenting on the efforts to prevent any incident from happening at Disneyland that particular weekend. And since no attack ended up taking place at this time, the threat was deemed a hoax. And this was the final word given on the subject. Investigators
I'll deem this a hoax too, despite there being information saying otherwise.
Investigators are working on this premise because the threat was made against the park's guests, a term used by the park for its customers. And the letter and videotape were sent to the Disneyland security office. A criminal investigation is being conducted by the FBI in an effort to identify and prosecute whoever was responsible, Stern said. But despite their best efforts, it seems whoever was behind this tape was never caught. But that being said, there is still a bit more to this story.
That's gloves that guy has, they're super fucking thick.
So if we tie our stories together here, it might be reasonable to assume that Jerry Hill, the FBI agent, was later working on this case. But if the FBI was later investigating this video under the assumption that it was made by a Disneyland employee, or this was simply just a hoax from an unrelated third party, then why was this a case file out of New York, and why was it labeled counterintelligence? Given the label and classification of this tape, it seems more to point towards the government investigating this under the Shinrikyo case file. Because 199 classifications are specific to foreign counterintelligence, so clearly we're seeing the DOJ spokesman say one thing here, and their own internal record-keeping system say another. Now, why is that? Probably because the story was leaked to the press in the first place.
Oh, okay.
And it makes sense the New York FBI office would be tied to this particular case, because when it came to the cult's presence around the world, they held locations in a variety of jurisdictions. However, their presence in the United States was headquartered in New York, as they had set up their business with their nonprofit located in New York City. But that's not the only clue you can find searching for broader context. After the Tokyo subway incident that injured 6,000 and claimed 14, that's when nearly every government agency marked this group as a threat. And when you look through the timeline for when the raids in this group were taking place, they spanned from March 23rd to September 4th, 1995. And the police conducted over 500 raids on approximately 300 locations, confiscating 66,000 items of evidence in their investigation. And here we are just looking at one of those pieces of evidence. And I must say, it's rather bizarre that the Japanese official would claim that the US authorities accepted the explanation that they were using for pesticides, because this was
unless they were like trying to like cover up or something.
But the story gets even more interesting when I tell you about something that was planned on April 5th.
Like, it feels like they were doing damage control just a tad bit.
The cult's leader even prophesized that something terrible was going to happen on that particular day. And while I will note that the original prediction this guy made was that an earthquake would happen on April 15th, this still led to large amounts of speculation from people at the time that the group was planning something. This led to thousands of police officers lining the street in Tokyo that day.
I don't really know what else one could do but just go about their normal business. I bought bottled water to keep in my apartment, so just in case we can't drink the water for any reason, I have some water.
But nothing ended up happening. Knowing the context of our tape and this particular incident, it may have been possible that what he was referring to that day was the Disneyland situation.
The Doomsday Cult behind the deadly 1995
The fall of the Oh, thank God they're not around.
system was executed by hanging on Friday.
Um.
Asahara was the head of the Om Shinrikyo cult. In addition to Asahara, 6 former members of the cult have also been executed.
Now, I should say when it comes to the Shinrikyo cult, much of the details surrounding this group have been discussed ad nauseum here on YouTube. And while this rabbit hole surrounding the group is extensive, the story regarding this tape and whatever they were planning at Disneyland this particular day is just a bit of a small side story. And while I'm sure at least some of you have heard bits and pieces about this story, I'll still give you a brief overview of the more interesting details. Perhaps the most well-known detail is that the leader of this cult, Shoko Asahara, had claimed to his followers that he had the ability to levitate, could predict the future, could see through walls, and was also apparently able to pass his powers on to his followers.
And this is why, everybody, please do not join cults in any way, shape, or form. Please. I swear. There's so many weird people like this. If he could do all those things, he wouldn't be dead. Let's just say that.
Acupuncturist and a pharmacist. However, when it comes to this guy's career...
Oh, no wonder he fucking knew how to make all that.
He only lasted about a year in that field after getting convicted for causing bodily
Murder?
harm to a person after misusing a device that he should have been trained on. After this event, he would move cities to Tokyo.
God,
and would open a
I hate
Chinese
cultists.
herbal pharmacy. Now, he apparently made a lot
The
of money
freaky,
with this pharmacy. However,
weird.
he was arrested for selling fake Chinese medicines, which led to him getting convicted for practicing pharmacy without a license.
Yeah.
Now, after serving his time in prison, the guy would ditch his old identity from Chuzuo Matsumoto to Shoko Asahara, where he would move his grifting from medical to spiritual, and eventually founded his own religion inside of Japan. With the belief system being a mix of Buddhism, despite some reports apparently claiming that this man had no familiarity with Buddhism, as well as other mystic beliefs from the Eastern and Western cultures, as well as some Nostradamus stuff thrown in there as well, because Doomsday.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out that the group didn't come into prominence preaching the Doomsday narrative.
God, Nostradamus is so overblown.
After a couple of major events happened with the group.
Oh, maybe we should cover him next week. Nostradamus, fates, false prophets. Yes, that should be your next fucking topic.
Operate with insane tax breaks and basic legal immunity, as Japanese.
No, that's. I feel like that's too.
Prevented investigations.
How do I say it? Polarizing? I feel.
And the second major event happened shortly after.
I don't know, because I
entered into politics, leading to a widespread.
I feel like I'd get freaked out just like researching all that stuff. Then like I'd probably be put on a list or something weird.
Asahara, for example, only managed to get about 1,700 votes out of 500,000, which means that he failed to even get all of the members of his own religion to support him. And this failure was about the only attempt that Om would make to capture power with peaceful attempts. Because after this event, it marks a major turning point that led to their final Y2K Doomsday Prophecy, where members were told that the only way to survive this Armageddon was to adopt the Om faith. Apparently, this Armageddon was to be predated by a Third World War between the US and Japan, and in actuality, these prophecies given by the group were just goals that they were working to instigate behind the scenes. The group used a variety of tactics to generate endless amounts of wealth, with the more expected avenues being selling religious training, to the more disturbing being leeching off of their followers, because the followers were told they couldn't keep their possessions if they wanted to survive Armageddon. The followers were apparently sold headgear that would supposedly sync their brainwaves to Asahara for about 10 grand a month. The group even resorted to other schemes like selling their leaders bathwater before that was a thing. And not only that,
the original E-Girl! I'm just kidding. Who was it that sold that? Fuck, what's your name? I can't remember what her name is. Isn't she the one that did like the weird like face or whatever?
communities by essentially setting up offices and less.
Fuck, I forget her name.
And the group also maintained large amounts of little businesses as well, such as tea plantations,
Damn.
chains of restaurants, fitness clubs.
She wasn't the first person to sell bathwater. Jesus. Oh my god.
The group is also believed to have made a portion of their wealth from manufacturing narcotics, which the group.
You know, and what's scary is that I see some aspects of like cults and like with like streamers and like YouTubers and stuff.
Rituals that they're
Just a little bit.
And it's also worth stressing the level of devotion that people in this group had to show to their leader, with some members going on starvation diets, depriving themselves of sleep for days on end, being forced to listen to hours and hours of chants as a form of mind control, being forced to submerge themselves in hot baths and hold their breath, being forced to live underground, and it's worth mentioning that some members even died in this process and were secretly cremated.
朝原将校です。使用するぞ、使用するぞ、使用するぞ、使用するぞ、使用するぞ。功徳を積むぞ。
Do not follow what he's saying. Please.
瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ、瞑想するぞ。今の苦しみは原因である。この修行によって今の苦しみを。
Oh my! I'm gonna take off my earphones just like so I won't listen.
They were in some cases killed and/or kidnapped. So I think it's safe to say that this was a very organized power structure with some added religious elements that was hell-bent on destroying the world. So much so that the group had even extended their reach to various other countries where they hoped to recruit more followers, buy exotic weapons, and they even were seeking to acquire nuclear weapons as well. So with all that being said, the entire saga of the Shinrikyo cult is just as equally extensive as it was disturbing. So when it came to our situation in 1995, at Disneyland, it's safe to say that this particular plot that may or may not have been thwarted by US authorities was just a small snippet, where much of the events relating to this group have never been fully prosecuted. And with a whole bunch of events suspected to be tied to the Shinrikyo cult, there's still a lot of other things that remain unknown. And when it comes to the cult's downfall, it's worth mentioning that Shoko Asahara was later apprehended a month later in May of 1995. And it wouldn't be until years later that Shoko Asahara and his other accomplices would be later sentenced to death. And despite sitting in prison for years, his organization has seemed to stick around, leading to a lengthy fallout over the years as the group has rebranded. However, the group still remains a fraction of the size that it used to be.
Well, that's still horrible that they're still around.
Now, getting back to the videotape itself, I should emphasize that for as much as I've been able to tie bits and pieces of our particular story together, I should state that knowing anything about the situation with absolute certainty is very, very difficult.
Yeah, so he's just gonna say
I must
probably that it's not real.
Disneyland story is my interpretation of the news reporting at
Yeah.
the time.
And listen to what he's saying.
And your interpretation may be different, which is why I have a Google document in the description of this video that includes a link to various articles and screenshots where you can kind of make your own judgment on the reporting for yourself. Because when it comes to this level of conflicting reporting on this incident, it leads to speculation. For instance, I'm not even 100% certain whether the tape was received to Disneyland or whether they got it off the men at the particular airport, because one minute the Disneyland spokesman will tell one newspaper he didn't know what form the threat that they received was in. And then on the same day, he'll tell another newspaper that Disneyland received a videotape and a letter. And then the original leaker of the story says that the videotape was
more convoluted than Nintendo leaks. Oh yeah, we're making Metro Dread. Oh no, Metro Dread's releasing next year. Oh yeah, Metro Dread. Yeah, we canceled that.
Men were apprehended at the airport.
Oh man.
And the Disneyland had only
By the way, this is all like, it's me contextualizing this, right? So it may not make sense to like everybody.
Where did the dates April 15th and 16th come from? So either there was more than one tape, or the leaker of the story got this part wrong, or we're missing even more info. I still have no explanation for that. And while you might think the easiest way to get some clarity on the subject would be to look at the actual documents from the FBI, despite me spending hours searching for specific FBI documents released to the public regarding Shinrikyo, I've yet to find any that relate to this particular situation. And looking online at the Freedom of Information Act requests on the subject, they've all been pending for years. And for all of the Freedom of Information Act requests that have been responded to, they are no responsive document answers, where this is the government's version of declining to comment, or them basically saying they don't have files on that particular subject. Now, given the fact that the cult is still technically around, albeit in a limited form, I understand why they would not want to release all of the documents. But this is awkward because I can't even find an Shinrikyo case file number to attach specifically to the tape. Because looking online at nearly all of the sources on Shinrikyo are second-hand studies that take place from government agencies. And if this is what we think it is, naturally I have to ask, how did an official copy of an intelligence tape that made it to the highest ranks of government, where the president was intimately familiar with the situation, end up loosely thrown out at a Goodwill? I can't imagine this is
Yeah.
a standard operating procedure, especially when we don't even have the other files.
Just sell the fucking videotapes, right?
From an obscure VHS perspective, this thing almost seems too good to be true. And I'm not gonna lie, it kind of went through my mind that this was some incredibly elaborate alternate reality game meant to capitalize on a very specific news story. But after talking to him and trying to debunk this thing, I haven't found anything that would make me question the tape's legitimacy. And as it turns out, his friends found many of the details that I had found 2 years back. Because when it comes to this tape's story, this is actually the second time it's been uploaded. But his previous channel was deleted for copyright on an unrelated matter. So
What?
It came time to re-upload this video on his third channel, as he had apparently lost another channel. I don't really blame the guy for forgetting the specifics of this particular tape. And that being said, I still asked Dr. Rip for a statement on how he found this particular tape, as well as how he started his channel. That way we can kind of get a bit more background for him.
Could be this guy just
And
like
while I will have
getting a
his full statement in the
source,
Google document down below, I will summarize
like
it as
getting a
briefly
bad
as
source.
I
Excuse
can.
me.
And the first thing that he clarifies was that he didn't start with strange and obscure VHS tapes, and that he had originally started making notebooks using VHS tape boxes of popular movies to sell at Comic-Cons. This led him to becoming a frequent shopper at Goodwill, and this also led him to the Goodwill outlet, or the bins, where, in case you're unfamiliar with these types of Goodwills, they're basically a last stop before donated items are thrown out. And the items here are from other Goodwill stores where other things did not sell. And here, things were sold by the pound. Here he began building stock of mainstream titles, and after some time, he began to become fascinated by the more bizarre tapes that he would find. This led to him wanting to share these tapes, and he began uploading these to his YouTube channel. He then goes on to explain his memory of this particular tape. He also found this at the Goodwill outlet in Portland, Oregon, and while he admits that the particular memory of this tape was vague, he was reminded from his conversations that he sent me that he had apparently saw other tapes similar to this that one day. He explained that he didn't have too many specific thoughts on this particular tape, aside from the fact that it was found alongside the belongings of what he believed to be a military grandfather. But ultimately, he describes most of the tapes that he found alongside it as pretty boring, and that this was the only one that intrigued him enough to pick it up that day. After going home to play the tape, he was shocked to find what he had found and posted this immediately to his YouTube channel. He had also posted this to his Facebook page then, and he noted that his friends were quick to jump on the case and find many of the details that I had as well. He states that he was impressed by what he had found, but ultimately he thought it was just some famous case that he hadn't heard about and slowly forgot about it. At the end of his story, he explains that he's just happy that people are taking an interest in it, because that's what he believes to be the purpose of his channel and what it's all about.
Okay.
Now, in conclusion, I must say you never really know what you're going to find sitting with 50 views on YouTube. And this entire situation is just one crazy coincidence after another. Between the original story being leaked to the press,
A lot of
so we have
crazy
any
stuff.
kind of news coverage on it, to the tape being lost years later, to a collector uploading these things to YouTube, and to me even finding it here making a video. And regarding this final statement here with the information he's provided us, it still doesn't fully tell us the story of this particular tape. The only logical explanation I can give here was that this agent was either giving this away on accident, or they passed away and it was found alongside their belongings, or maybe the FBI agent doesn't even realize that this was given away in the first place. Regardless of whatever the case may be, this is still one of the weirdest finds I think I've ever seen on YouTube. That being said, this is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
Okay, well, now I don't know what to do next. So, the only thing that comes to mind is the Men in Black. I mean, I wanted to cover a murder case, but like, I don't know. I know JCS is a reputable guy because he knows his actual stuff, and I'm pretty sure has a degree. The rest of the people are up in the air, and they could be like copycats, you know? Just copying off, just information he says, like, the guy obviously did that because he's suffering from, I don't know, I'd say like fake psychology or real psychology term, but that's being misused, right? So I really didn't want to like put focus on anybody else or focus on anybody else. So, yeah, you know what? Let's just go to the Men in Black. We'll come back to this Men in Black stuff in 2 weeks, because I think wait, well, it's the first week of October, right? 9th, 16th. Yeah, October 16th is when we'll talk about the Men in Black in further detail. So let's see, Men in Black. do you watch? You know, let's watch BuzzFeed Unsolved. Hopefully they don't have anything.
Students with dyslexia like me save 10 hours a week studying using this Chrome extension.
Up. Never mind. Let's see. Because they're supposedly, I mean, they kind of lie with forensics in the sense that, like, they're a mythical group that studies aliens, or not studies, but, like, pops out randomly whenever somebody encounters an alien. Obviously, their legitimacy is to be questioned because a lot of these stories are, like, interesting. But yeah, just watch, by Tim stories, I guess. And then I think that'll be it for today. And a lot of the times, you know, they could be like legitimate, like, you know, like maybe like government employees, but maybe just don't reveal who they are, right?
Government agents of suppression or extraterrestrial visitors.
Why is it in
disguised.
German? What the fuck?
Who are the men in black? And could recent CCTV footage
Und konnten die, I'm just kidding. Existenz ein für LML. I don't even know how to say that.
we pull back the veil on these highly mysterious individuals.
In the old episode, bedtime stories. Aliens. Conspiracies, whoa. There's more of a conspiracy thing now. Bum ba da ba da bum bum. Bum bum ba da bum bum. We'll just round that out and then that'll be it for tonight. And then next week, I guess I'll do a ghost or something as well. Or maybe like spooky holidays, as I said, if I find something. And we'll finish off the game we were playing that day. Last week, excuse me. Who are the men in black? God, this video is so slow. They're a
Back in
group.
1968, when the Condon Committee was sampling public attitudes towards UFOs, they gave the following statement to a cross-section of the American public.
Then if we see like interesting information, I'll just search it up, right?
File on UFO reports, which are deliberately withheld from the public. The respondents were then asked to answer
True or false? Dang, that's kind of
a substantial majority, almost 2/3 of all people
Interesting.
surveyed, agreed with this assertion. Amongst teenagers, the gap was even wider, with almost 75% of them believing the statement to be true. If that same survey was carried out today, it is believed that the percentage of those in agreement would be even higher. This is hardly surprising, considering that we now live in an age of free-flowing information. Or
yeah.
misinformation,
Literally,
depending on who you ask.
guys, every book I've read so far, psychology, English, every book has literally stated we live in an age of misinformation. Quite literally, there's a lot. You should do your own research and well from reputable sources and not from blogs or like weird smaller sources like that are so niche, right?
This lack of trust in government was nowhere near as prevalent as it is today.
And then like today, political divide permeates everywhere. At least in American society.
1940s, in the wake of what is now known as the Roswell incident. That one
This is a
event,
4-year video,
whether or not
fuck.
there is any truth to
But like
it,
this is
brought
2016,
into
so
the
that makes sense,
mainstream
right?
the very
Oh,
notion
2017,
of
yeah.
Government conspiracies and cover-ups. Throughout the 1950s,
Obviously, this doesn't fall too in hand with like forensics, right? Or really anything like, I don't know, law enforcement and stuff. This is just speculative? A speculative branch, I guess?
and ordered into maintaining
Or a branch that people speculate exists, rather. Let me just say.
known as the Men in Black. These strange men were often
I don't know. I just think they're just
described as black
government
suits,
agents that
dark
maybe like
hats.
just don't want to reveal who they are, and they're just dumb men in black. That's my definition. But like other people are just like, oh yeah, they're just like UFO investigators and stuff that work for the government, or like even aliens and stuff.
Tasked with suppressing any mention of UFOs or extraterrestrials within the public domain. But over the years, this assumption has evolved, and advocates of their existence now consider the possibility that these supposed government agents themselves might in fact be extraterrestrial in nature.
A lot of crazy stuff.
The 1997
We'll cover this
film
more in depth in 2 weeks.
made light of the MIB conspiracy.
Like for the meanwhile, we're gonna be playing Omega Ruby on my channel. Oh wait, no, Metroid Dread, but Omega Ruby for the first 4 days, and then Metroid Dread.
No laughing matter. And what follows is but a small selection of accounts regarding such encounters. In 1952, a former US Air Force serviceman turned author and amateur ufologist by the name of Albert K. Bender set up an organization called the International Flying Saucers Bureau to investigate and report.
Weren't these people set up in like Nevada?
Being witnessed all over the world at that time. The organization was initially a success, publishing a weekly newsletter which was distributed to its small but dedicated audience of around 2,000 people worldwide. However, in early 1953, Bender suddenly and mysteriously shut down his operation and ceased all publication, leaving in the newsletter's final issue
that's
a
kind of
rather
weird.
ominous message.
We advise those engaged in saucer work to please be very cautious.
Colleagues reported his odd demeanor at the time, stating that he seemed agitated and nervous, as if someone or something had scared him out of his wits.
That's me with copyright.
Bender didn't eat or sleep properly for weeks after he closed the bureau,
man.
and was said to have suffered with unbearable headaches during this time.
Ooh.
When questioned about his sudden and inexplicable decision, he refused to elaborate and maintained this silence for many years afterwards. Almost a decade later, in 1962, Bender finally explained his actions, saying that he had been visited by 3 men dressed in black, who had appeared out of thin air and warned him not to continue his work on UFOs.
Which sounds like the government threatening.
Some years later,
because he was getting closer
in 1976,
to something at least, whether it be an experiment or like an actual UFO.
Dr. Herbert Hopkins was to report a very chilling encounter. Hopkins was home alone at his residence in Old Orchard Beach, Maine, on the night of the 11th of September. He was studying a UFO incident which had occurred some months prior, when the phone suddenly rang. Hopkins answered, and a man's voice was heard on the other end, identifying himself as a representative of the New Jersey UFO organization, something which later turned out to be bogus. The caller asked Hopkins if he was alone, and whether he could visit him to talk about the UFO case he was investigating. Hopkins agreed, and the man told him that he would be there shortly.
And then he comes out of the TV.
Hopkins went
like
to
some
the front
ghost
door to
stuff.
turn on his porch light, and noticed that the man was already coming up the steps in front of his house.
That's scary.
He recalled feeling a little unnerved by this.
Oh god, imagine just like...
The man had called from his neighbor's house.
Imagine if like the professors or teachers just did that, like, hey, can I meet with you? It's about your grade. And like, you're like, yeah, sure. Yeah, my dad's definitely here, you know, blah, blah, blah. We can talk it out. And then it's just like, knock, 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 I'm already here. It's like freaky in that sense.
He was still keen to hear what this man had to say, and upon inviting him in, Hopkins was struck by the stranger's appearance.
Yeah.
He was a tall, skinny man who wore a dark, ill-fitting suit and had a black derby on his head. His skin was smooth and deathly pale, and when he sat down and removed his hat, Hopkins noticed that he was as bald as an egg. He had no hair whatsoever. He was devoid of eyebrows and eyelashes. His lips were a bright ruby red, and he spoke in an expressionless voice. There was no intonation or inflection in his tone, and all of his words were evenly spaced. Throughout their conversation, he sat motionless, his mouth being the only thing that moved. As if that wasn't disturbing enough, On one of the few occasions that the stranger did move another part of his body besides his lips, he happened to wipe his mouth with the back of his hand, which left a red smear across his cheeks. It was at this point that Hopkins realized the stranger was wearing lipstick, and then further noticed that his mouth was actually a perfectly straight slit. He didn't even have a pair of lips. Hopkins became very frightened at this point, and when the visitor asked him to remove the copper coin that was sat in his pocket, he complied immediately. How this strange man even knew that he had a copper coin in his pocket is a mystery, but throughout the conversation, the doctor had the distinct feeling that the visitor was somehow reading his mind. Hopkins held the coin in the palm of his hand as instructed, and the visitor simply told him to watch it. As he did, it changed colour from copper to silver, then became blurry, almost as if it was going out of focus. It then disappeared, right in front of his eyes. The visitor told an utterly bewildered doctor in no uncertain terms that if he did not destroy all of the information he had collected on the UFO case,
holy fuck, okay, what a way to express yourself. This is like a story it'd probably hit well, I mean, amongst people like this sort of subject, right? Not really amongst the whole public. So, you know, a lot of these paranormal things aren't really a thing people like to think about.
The doctor showed him to the door and watched as he walked down the steps, holding onto the railing almost as if he was crippled. He then hobbled around the corner and out of sight, at which point there was a huge bright flash, and then silence. Hopkins was deeply disturbed by this experience. His family came home later that evening to find him sat in the living room staring into space, with every light in the house turned on.
I would be doing the same. I swear.
The last 50 or 60 years regarding Men in Black.
Straight up, like if something weird happens, like I don't know, like I'm hallucinating or something. Like I would do the same. I'd just be like, every light stays on, and I'm just not keeping anything off. Because I feel like if I would be hallucinating or anything like that, I'd probably make out shapes in the dark. Because a lot of the times, a lot of people end up doing that with their imaginations, whether they are or not. It's like I feel like what happened here is like maybe he hallucinated.
However, in 2012, some very interesting.
Oh, he's gonna show that one. Fuck, I hate this one.
The video was recorded 4 years earlier in 2008 and was taken from a CCTV camera situated in the lobby of a hotel.
This is really old.
In Niagara Falls in Ontario.
It's always like used as evidence and stuff. But it is kind of mysterious though.
One of the employees at the hotel had witnessed strange UFO activity over the Niagara River in the early hours of the morning.
Is it actually spelled like that? I always in Niagara.
This resulted
not Niagara. Like GRA.
From two strange men dressed in black. The camera captured these two individuals entering the hotel reception, walking in exactly the same way as each other, wearing exactly the same clothes, and even appearing to look exactly the same in both facial structure and build.
I feel like this could have been like a hoax made.
They were very tall and thin, and that they looked like identical twins. Hotel guests and employees alike were profoundly disturbed by their presence, not just because of their threatening behavior, but because of their appearance in general. The descriptions given were very similar to the stranger who had visited Hopkins, tall, thin, utterly devoid of hair, and failing to exhibit any kind of emotion or facial expression. The two men both had identical icy blue eyes, which were described as being almost hypnotic. They never blinked once.
Oh my God, I'm just
they were
like
said to have a determined, inquisitive nature.
Obviously, I'm trying to add like a little humor here. Like, imagine like streamers not blinking like once during like their streams, just like
exposed, as if their innermost thoughts.
Yeah. So this footage is actually fake. Fuck, that'd be
These
so
strangers
creepy.
kept asking to speak to the young man who had witnessed the UFO activity 2 weeks earlier, but fortunately for him, he was not at work that day. When they failed in their attempts to locate him, the strange men apparently began asking staff members about other UFO sightings and conspiracy theories in general. They
I would actually like to
appeared
interview one of the people there.
dissatisfied
with any of the answers given to them. They simply logged the information and moved on, leaving as abruptly as they had arrived, never to be seen or heard from again.
Yeah, that is quite interesting.
This encounter is very similar in description to many other accounts recorded throughout the last 60 or 70 years, and it would seem to suggest that the men in black are not quite of this world.
Again, sometimes...
Other accounts, however, have been much less fanciful, with witnesses of those encounters reporting no such odd appearance or behaviour from the men who...
Yeah, because they were like government employees, just not explaining who they were.
Are the men in black human or not?
I feel like...
Or are they a combination?
They're obviously like human. And they may not even exist per se. Again, they might just be like government employees, just like not saying like who they are. Like, for example, like the FBI visiting you. Did you see the lights in the sky? Did you see the UFO or whatever? Because like maybe that's like the easiest way to like not disclose the information of what happened. Because maybe like the military was testing out some sort of like, I don't know, not a firework, but some sort of like new flare system, and they just explain it away as a UFO just to like, I don't know, not get in trouble with disclosing classified information, right? So I feel like that's more likely to have occurred. But of course, the day I explain this all, I'm probably gonna offer a different point of view, just to provide, just for the sakes of doing so, right? Because like, I don't know, I feel like maybe this will develop some sort of like discussion. Hopefully I get to discuss this. If not, that's fine. Then maybe I'll provide a counterpoints to the arguments or the points I'll bring up next time or in 2 weeks, right? But next week again, I'm doing holidays and stuff for the scary streams and all the scary live streams. Just to recap the stream, or starting to recap what's gonna happen in the next 7 weeks. So yeah, the scary live streams are definitely gonna be uploaded on Saturdays and Sundays for sure, and then sometimes Wednesday, sometimes not. Because they've already been scheduled. Every day on my YouTube channel there's gonna be a new VOD. Not a new, it's like old, right? But like if you want to rewatch it, you can rewatch it. Otherwise that's fine. And then what was I gonna say? What's that? Sounded like somebody stepped like real hard. Then no, Thursday I start playing Metroid Dread, but starting Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday I'm playing Pokemon Omega Ruby, and then from Thursday on I try to finish Metroid Dread as fast as possible. Not as fast as possible, but maybe I'll try to 100% it too. And then once we're done with Dread, we're done with the Metroid series for now, and then we'll come back to it once Metroid Prime 4 comes out. And then I think we'll just start playing typical games that I can play, whatever I can get my hand on, and then we'll return back to like the double playing schedule where like I play like Omega Ruby, some other game, Omega Ruby, some other game, Omega Ruby, some other game. And Omega Ruby is going to be some sort of whatchamacallit, it's gonna be like a, what's the term I'm looking for, a Nuzlocke, but with the twist where I have to follow and comply with the rules I set on myself. So there's gonna be like 32 different rules, but only 4 rules have to be imposed above the Nuzlocke requirement. So yeah. Hope to see you all here maybe Monday, because I said maybe not Sunday because tomorrow I have a lot of things for school to do. But then again, they're manageable, so I don't know, right? So yeah, thank you all for coming by, and yeah, hopefully you all enjoyed today. Even though if it did kind of get like a little derailed when it came to the Curious Case of Dahlia, because we were supposed to watch this for an hour. But yeah, I guess I got most of my main points through. We got to see some not cases, that we didn't see cases, but we got to see like whodunits or some sort of similar style to that, right? But yeah, again, thank you all so much for coming by, and if you would like to hit the follow button, hit the follow button. Otherwise, that's fine, right? And I'll see you all hopefully tomorrow, but if not, I'll see you all on did I say Sunday? I meant to say Monday. Well, no. Wait, no, what am I saying? Yeah, Monday. I'll see you Monday. So yeah, again, thank you all so much for coming by, and good night, good day, whatever it is, and yeah, bye. And I think that's it, right? Those are all my points. I'm not missing anything. Yeah. Bye.